representatives of United Nations agencies, World Bank representatives, heads of government institutions, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. My name is Yahya Jammeh, and I will be your moderator for this event. But as it is customary in the Gambia, we'll go with the national anthem as well as individual prayers. We may rise for the national anthem of the Gambia. Thank you so much, Gambia Police Band. So from there, I'll just invite the Imam present here to lead us in Muslim prayer, and after that, we will take on the Christian prayer. If that is not available, we'll just go ahead and do this prayer individually. Can we pray in our own individual ways, please? May God answer all of our prayers, and wishing you all a successful International Social Protection Conference. Like I said, my name is Yahya Jammeh, and I'll be your moderator for this International Social Protection Conference. I am really honored and privileged to stand here today to do this, being an individual who is in the media and have been reporting on issues affecting children, persons aging, persons with disability, and most vulnerable individuals in our societies. It is important that we convene here today, seeing all the stakeholders from different institutions to be here to put our hats and heads together to change social protection narratives in the Gambia is a step in the right direction. So to start with, we will just introduce the Permanent Secretary of the Office of the Vice President to give us the opening remarks. A round of applause for her.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly or his representative, Honorable Cabinet Ministers, the EU Ambassador and Head of Delegation, United Nations Resident Coordinator and Head of UN agencies, the World Bank country representative, colleague permanent secretaries and senior government officials, governors, mayors, international delegates, civil society and private representatives, representatives of the media and press officials here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am indeed pleased to be given the honor to give the welcome remarks. My office is undeniably humbled by the privilege of providing the leadership and guidance in the implementation of all social protection-related efforts in the country. In addition to my task to deliver the welcoming remarks, it is my pleasure to give a brief context of the social protection discourse in the country under the oversight of the Office of the Vice President. In February 2016, the government of the Gambia approved the National Social Protection Policy 2015-2025. The policy defines a comprehensive and cross-cutting social protection agenda and proposes a set of priority actions to guide the gradual establishment of an integrated and equitable social protection system in the Gambia. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this international conference will provide a platform for the state and non-state actors in the social protection discourse, including development partners, both nationally and internationally, civil society and beneficiary groups, to dialogue and exchange knowledge and experiences around the theme and other existing social protection policy matters. The conference will also serve as a platform where government can report progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the National Social Protection Policy 2015-2025. The theme for the conference is accelerating social protection financing to increase coverage and reach. The government of the Gambia seeks to establish by 2030 an inclusive, integrated, and comprehensive social protection system that will effectively provide promotive, preventive, protective, and transformative measures to safeguard the lives of all poor and vulnerable groups and contribute to broader human development, greater economic productivity, and inclusive growth. As such, we need a regular convergence to take stock and also chart a way forward. At sector level in country, this is done through the National Social Protection Steering Committee and other esteemed coordination structures established to serve as clearinghouses and platforms for sharing experiences, best practices, lessons learned in sectoral engagements to effectively alleviate poverty and vulnerability in our communities. Therefore, government recognizes social protection as a key priority of the recently formulated Recovery-Focused National Development Plan 2023-2027. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to facilitate the coordination of our social protection-related programs, the National Social Protection Secretariat was established in 2019. The establishment of the Secretariat was anchored on improving leadership and coordination in the social protection sector in the country. Let us leverage this convergence to look inwardly as government, individuals, society, and partners to take stock of what we have delivered so far, the mechanism of delivery, impact of our intervention, but most importantly, what more we can do to alleviate human suffering, especially amongst vulnerable populations. Today is an opportunity for government, development partners, civil society, and beneficiaries to interface and discuss with frankness and genuine passion towards the social protection agenda and delivery system. Delegates of this international conference will discuss objectively issues of fundamental importance, the pathway and vision of social protection in the Gambia and around the world. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, finally, I wish to once again welcome you all to this 3-day International Social Protection Conference for international delegates and resource persons from Kenya, Ghana, Belgium, and others joining us online from Italy, United Kingdom, and United States, you are all welcome to the Gambia. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, PS, from the Office of the Vice President, for that brilliant speech. Personally, the first time that I learned of the existence of the National Social Protection Secretariat, the first thing that I asked myself was, under which umbrella does this particular agency exist? So then I learned about the fact that it's under the Office of the Vice President. Then I said to myself, then there's political will to ensure that the vulnerable individuals' plight are looked into. So sensing the fact that there's some sort of political will is a good thing. And I'm happy that the Permanent Secretary mentioned that we'll be having frank discussions. Looking in the room today and the caliber of individuals here, I am quite convinced that it's not going to be one of those convergences where we just meet and disperse later. It is going to be one of those convergences when we leave this hall, we will say to each other that action, 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 and action is what we need. That is why at the end of the conference, we'll be having some commitments that will be coming from me, you, and someone watching us online. So thank you so much. A round of applause for the Permanent Secretary once again. So up next, I will invite Seraphine Wakana, who is the United Nations Resident Coordinator. Thank you so much for joining us. A round of applause for her.
Thank you, MC, for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Honorable Minister of Finance, and all other government representatives here present, from central government to local government, my colleagues from the United Nations agencies, NGOs, civil society representatives, private sector representatives, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. I would say good morning to all. I'm deeply honored to address this distinguished assembly at the Gambia International Social Protection Conference. It is a great pleasure to stand before you today, surrounded by leaders, experts, and champions of social protection from the Gambia and across the globe. I'm here and extend the United Nations country team's heartfelt gratitude to the government of the Gambia for organizing and hosting this very important forum. I wish to extend our special thanks to the Vice President of the Republic and the First Lady, who are really gracing this occasion, and it's a real commitment to social protection and the overall well-being of Gambian citizens, and it's really commendable for all the good work they are doing. Today, we gather not only as partners in development, but as advocates for the fundamental principle of leaving no one behind. Social protection, as we all know, is a vital instrument in our shared mission to ensure that every individual, regardless of their circumstances, have the opportunity to live a life of dignity and unending opportunities. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the enduring challenges that persist in our world, including poverty, vulnerabilities, and inequalities. These challenges know no borders and affect individuals in every corner of the globe. It is only through our collective commitment to social protection that we can address these issues effectively. The COVID-19 pandemic and the triple crisis of food, energy, and finance has been a major setback on progress toward the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And for the first time since the adoption of the SDGs, there was a reversal of the trend of progress due to the impact of these global shocks. And the UN and broader stakeholders recognize the pivotal role social protection can play as an accelerator of the achievement of many and even most of the SDG targets, from ending poverty and hunger to improving gender equality and access to health, education, and even tackling inequality and climate change. The Gambia, like many nations, faces its unique set of challenges in the pursuit of reducing poverty and vulnerabilities. The government's unwavering commitment to social protection, as demonstrated by the establishment of the National Social Protection Secretariat and the operationalization of a social protection policy, is indeed praiseworthy. These efforts underscore the Gambia's commitment to building a more inclusive and equitable society where every citizen can access quality education, health care, and essential social services. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, otherwise known as the CF, represents the UN's collective support and commitment toward government and people of the Gambia. It is worthy to mention that the recently signed CF was the result of extensive consultations across the country and outlines areas of cooperation with the government of the Gambia. The framework is aligned with the government's newly formulated Green and Recovery-focused National Development Plan. I want to take this opportunity to reaffirm the United Nations commitment to continue working with the government of the Gambia to deliver the much-needed social assistance to the poor and vulnerable people across the country. We stand and remain ready to collaborate with government, other development partners, civil society organizations, and all stakeholders to strengthen social protection systems and expand their reach. The United Nations will undertake initiatives that can contribute to enhancing knowledge on social protection with the UN and how social protection contributes to the SDGs. And this is hoped to garner more support for social protection for all, consequently increasing the volume of financing that will be directed to the sector of increased coverage and reach. And together we can find sustainable solutions to consolidate gains in institutional strengthening, coordination, and information management systems, as well as building responsive social protection frameworks for better service delivery with the aim to improving the lives and livelihoods of the people we serve. At the heart of our efforts is the recognition that social protection is not just a policy measure, it's a fundamental human right. And the Gambia, through its ratification of various international human rights instruments, including the UDHR, UNCRC, and the ACRWC, has made a commitment to uphold this right. And the SDGs provide an opportunity for all nations across borders to come together in solidarity and ensure that social protection becomes a reality for all. The outcome of this international conference, the responsive call to action paper, and the costed implementation plan will serve as a roadmap for advancing social protection, and not only in the Gambia, but across nations. It will guide the integration of social protection into national development plans and set a stage for innovative approaches to financing and expanding coverage. And the United Nations remains ready to provide technical assistance expertise, and resources to ensure the successful implementation of these plans globally. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to express my profound gratitude to all participants and stakeholders, both from the Gambia and from countries near and far. Your collective efforts and shared experiences are invaluable, and together we can find the answers to the complex questions surrounding social protection. As we work toward a more just, inclusive, and prosperous future for people worldwide, we remain steadfast in our commitment to leaving no one behind. Let us work together and let's share with our shared vision of a world where social protection is a right, not a privilege. Thank you all, and I wish you very successful deliberation.
Thank you so much for that brilliant statement there. I think she's already set the foundation for us to start this 3-day conference, reminding us that social protection is not a privilege, but a right. And we are also sending some gratitude to the United Nations for your continuous support. The resources that the National Social Protection Secretariat coordinates most of the time comes from bodies like the World Bank as well as the United Nations. So we appreciate your support and looking forward to more collaboration. A round of applause for the resident coordinator once again. So moving on, we'll be moving on to another development partner, which is the World Bank. So now to invite the representative of the World Bank. Yes, so it seems we will now move on to the EU representative, but just to say that we also appreciate the work of the World Bank. It is because of the World Bank support to the National Social Protection Secretariat. That is why I'm standing here today. 2 to 3 months ago, I went to Kenya to study on the building blocks of social protection as a journalist. So just to recognize the amazing work and support that the World Bank has given to the Secretariat, like I said, that is why today I have some basic understanding of social protection and standing here today, which is really helping when it comes to my reporting. So a round of applause to the World Bank, although they're not here yet, but I'm sure they want to be here with us and celebrate and commit together. So moving on, I will now invite the EU delegation, which is Corrado Pampaloni, Ambassador of the EU in the Gambia, who is ably represented. Yes, I'm sure you will do a great job. A round of applause. Thank you so much.
Clearly, I'm not Ambassador Pampaloni, but his replacement is out of country and asked me to participate at this event. So, Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Gambia, Your Excellency, First Lady, Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, United Nations Resident Coordinator, Permanent Secretary of the Office of the Vice President, National Coordinator of the Social Protection Secretariat, representatives of the civil society, distinguished guests, members of the press, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Let me thank you for inviting the EU to deliver a statement today at this conference. As I mentioned, the Ambassador Pampaloni is out of country, and he asked me to replace him. My name is Enrica Pellacani, and I'm the head of cooperation at the EU delegation to the Gambia. First, I would like to start thanking the organizers for this important event, which is an opportunity to exchange and have dialogue on this very important subject. Coordination, dialogue, and partnership are the best way for aligning our work and for supporting the development of the country. Social protection is not only an ethical imperative, it is also a matter of social justice and is essential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We can mention the SDG 1, no poverty, but many others are also touched when we deal with social protection. And the EU, I believe, is a major supporter of the country's efforts in advancing in social protection. Between 2020 and 2023, we have provided technical assistance to the National Social Protection Secretariat in the Office of the Vice President. And I believe this technical assistance has also been instrumental to advance in the design, and as well will also be helpful for the implementation of the programs in this area. But also we have been supporting other programs, and just to mention some, the Building Resilience Through Social Transfer, BREST, implemented by UNICEF. We provided more than 4 million for school meals program implemented by the World Food Program. We also supported FIUN World Food Program in help improving risk mitigation measures, including social safety nets. And I hope that also there is due visibility to the work that the European Union and its citizens have done for this country. I mentioned that the Gambia is the European Union is one key partner as well for the Gambia. And since 2017, we have provided more than 500 million euro to this country, which is, by the way, considering the size of the country and the demographics, the largest contribution to an African country. Currently, we're working with the multi-annual indicative program that runs from 21 to 27. And among the 3 priorities, human development is one of them. So we have now, for the moment, allocated more than 110 million euro, and this is new funds will arrive after the midterm review. Human development was, for the first phase of our program, a key priority, but will remain so also for the future. And we believe that in the context of post-pandemic recovery and economic instability, we need to reinforce the social fabric, reduce inequalities. This is very important and cannot be overstated. Social protection for individuals and their families to ensure that they can meet their basic needs is crucial to reduce poverty, to promote economic and social stability. Social protection is one of the key areas that we will be looking at through the forthcoming budget support operation, 40 million euro, that was approved last August, and we hope to be able to sign the financing agreement very soon. And we will be supporting the expansion of the family strengthening program. And we will be targeting the most vulnerable groups, such as female-headed households, households with people with disabilities, or households with elderly people. We also will complement this budget support with complementary activities, additional technical assistance, as well as an allocation for non-government organizations to pilot activities concerning social protection. I would like to emphasize the importance of budget support. Budget support is a peculiar delivery channel because it transfers money directly to the treasury of the country. This means that we are fully aligned with the national priorities and policies, and also we are working with the government structures. So we can only embrace the vision of the national social protection policy to establish an inclusive, integrated and comprehensive social protection system that will effectively provide protective, preventative, promotive and transformative measures to safeguard the lives of all poor and vulnerable groups in Gambia. One of the major obstacles for social protection is the lack of reliable funding. And indeed, very often the support is provided through project approach supported by partner countries. By moving towards government-financed and implemented social protection, we are moving to a more sustainable system. And indeed, this is also some priority that is evoked in the national policy. Through the EU budget support, we will provide additional financial resources to finance the national priorities. So it is essential that the allocations done within government reflect the priorities as we see them in the national social protection policy. And it's essential as well that there are sufficient resources that are mobilized, including domestic resources, to ensure that there are stable and sufficient revenues for social protection. I mentioned already that budget support also uses national systems and mechanisms. This is also in line with the national social protection policy, which calls for strengthening management and administrative systems to ensure that programs are more efficient, effective, and decentralized. Ladies and gentlemen, the expansion of the Family Strengthening Program, coupled with the secure earmarked budget secure funding, is somehow very important for House, and we hope that this will allow indeed to ensure sufficient support. Now and for the next years, the EU will continue to engage closely with the Gambian and key stakeholders in government, with development partners, with civil society, in jointly moving forward the social protection reform process. We are proud of the partnership that we established in the past, and we trust this will be continued in the future. And I would like also to commend our excellent collaboration with government, in particular with the Office of the Vice President, the National Social Protection Secretariat, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. And I would like to conclude with a quote from Ban Ki-moon, former UN Secretary General. At times of global economic turmoil and uncertainty, investment in social protection is necessary, feasible, and effective. This is what he said in 2011 and remains very true now. And I hope with this thought in mind that the proceedings will continue, will be fruitful, and we hope to be benefit for the design of our work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that brilliant statement. I am glad that you talked about the theme, which is sustainable financing. But just to say that already the National Social Protection Secretariat is moving along those lines, considering the fact that it is currently building the social registry, which, when it is ready, it will ensure that there will be less duplication of efforts when it comes to the meager resources that we have as a country. But before we move on to a particular video that we have to give context to the reason why we're here today in relation to the work of different ministries, I would also like to recognize the First Lady of the Republic of the Gambia, Fatoumata Barbaro. Through her Fatoumata Barbaro Foundation, we've also seen the amazing work that she's doing, already complementing the efforts of partners when it comes to social protection in the Gambia. Madam, we appreciate your efforts. A round of applause for her. So social protection is actually a cross-cutting issue, affects different sectors. So that is why we decided to put up a video to show you the different ministries' work, the different social protection initiatives that different ministries in the Gambia are actually partaking to ensure that efforts are channeled through one direction and there's no duplication at all. So please enjoy this video, and we'll be right back after that.
The Gambia is one of the poorest countries in the world, with rapid population growth, vulnerable health and agriculture sectors, low levels of education and gender inequalities. Social protection systems can change these narratives, as such systems are meant to boost human capital and empower citizens. This is done through investment in health and education, job creation, improvement in productive base capacities, and protecting the aging population, women and children. This has driven the government of the Gambia's vision to develop a national social protection policy, which defines a comprehensive and cross-cutting social protection agenda. The policy sets out in detail the government's vision and commitment to modernize the social protection system, as well as steps it will take to broaden coverage to those in need of support. This policy gave birth to the government's decision to establish the National Social Protection Secretariat under the Office of the Vice President to support the National Social Protection Steering Committee in providing leadership and coordination across the totality of social protection efforts in the Gambia. The National Social Protection Secretariat has provided direction and coordination in the fragmented social protection sector in the Gambia. It has revitalized the National Social Protection Committee into an active and authoritative body that is spearheading policy decision-making on social protection issues.
The government of the Gambia established the National Social Protection Secretariat to serve as the implementing body for the National Social Protection Steering Committee, as well as support and assist government on the coordination of the sector by providing the leadership across the totality of the social protection sector. The National Social Protection Policy has priority for the extremely poor, individuals and households, vulnerable groups, children, the elderly, people living with disabilities, the chronically ill, people and families affected by HIV, vulnerable youth and women, refugees and migrants, and prison inmates and their families.
Several sectors have a role to play to ensure no one is left behind in social protection programs. Functioning educational institutions and programs must be available and sufficient, and access must be given to everyone without discrimination. States have a role to provide free and compulsory primary education, adequate secondary education in different forms, and higher education on the basis of capacity, and to take concrete steps to ensure that these are free fundamental education for those who have not satisfied their basic learning needs, and to seek an overall development strategy for its school system, which includes access to education and decent general working conditions of teachers. What social protection initiatives is the Gambia Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education undertaking?
As a social sector ministry, almost all our programs are geared towards social protection. And in this case, the schools classrooms we construct, the teaching and learning materials that we provide to our schools, the school meals that we provide to the needy children, the school improvement grant, the safe teaching and learning environment that we provide for the kids are all geared towards the holistic development of the child as a future leader. So basically, the mandate of the ministry is all about social protection.
Evidence shows that social protection can narrow gender gaps in poverty rates, enhance women's access to personal income, and provide a lifeline for poor women, especially single mothers. There is need to commit to close gender gaps by extending coverage and strengthening social protection floors, including as part of the 2015 Addis Ababa Declaration on Transforming Africa through Decent Work for Sustainable Development and the African Union's Agenda 2063.
For Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, we have been involved in social protection activities well before the establishment of this secretariat. We are trying to expand it. We call it now Family Strengthening Program. In this program, we intend to assist vulnerable children, orphans, also older persons, and also persons with disabilities. We want to help them through that program to at least improve their living standards. So all those are social protection interventions that the ministry is undertaking. And we work closely with National Social Protection Secretariat since they are the coordinating body.
There is no one-size-fits-all approach for extending fiscal space for social protection. Studies by international labor organizations shows that social protection systems are huge redistributive mechanisms in most economies, often exceeding 30% of gross domestic product GDP. Transfers of this magnitude requires sound governance and management, in particular financial governance and economic management. Innovation is key to ensure sustainable financing of social protection programs.
Of course, the government have worked on the financing strategy for social protection, which has already been validated, but it will be subject to further review and also as part of other discussions during the conference with a view to ensuring that there is a predictable way of financing. The key is to have a predictable way of financing. And like you referenced one of the countries, which is the main tool in terms of sustainable financing for social protection is to ensure that it is mainstreamed into government. Of course, this is also in line with this declaration on development financing, which is a domestic resource mobilization, is the most sustainable way. So as a country, we are also looking at towards mainstreaming government social protection into government budgets for a long-term predictable financing mechanism. Obviously, development partners are always welcome and they always come to support government initiatives. But this is the direction that government wants to take.
To enhance households' ability to produce food, social protection programs should contribute to higher household incomes and increased consumption. Eradicating world hunger sustainably by 2030 will require an estimated additional $267 billion per year on average for investments in rural and urban areas. And in social protection, so poor people have access to food and can provide their livelihoods. What are the available solutions for a tax-based economy like the Gambia?
The situation in the Gambia is not that easy for us, but I think the Gambia is a tax-based economy, and to sustain the financing, we cannot depend on donor support. So what we have to do is to look inwards and see how best we can broaden our tax base and try to capture the leakages in the tax that is being collected. We know that what is being collected is far less than what is not being collected. And we try to, there is a big informal sector in the Gambia, which is, a lot of the informal sector is not being captured when it comes to taxation. And we try to ensure that most of the informal sector is formalized. And we try to digitalize as much as possible so that all the taxes that are collected are through digital means, and that will ensure that the leakages that are happening and the physical contact person with money is reduced as much as possible, so that all the taxes that the government is collecting will go to sponsor some of our social protection projects. That's the only way, I think, the most important way, I think, we can do this.
Social protection requires continuous partnership and consultation to put the right mechanisms in place. The National Social Protection Secretariat holds the International Social Protection Conference on the theme Accelerating Social Protection Financing to increase coverage and reach.
Let me take this opportunity to wish the delegates a successful and fruitful International Social Protection Conference.
I would like to welcome all the delegates that are coming from the region, throughout the region, and also within the country. And I would want to wish them a very successful social protection conference. And I want them to really look at the most pressing issues that are affecting the success of social protection in the Gambia.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all the delegates, the ones from Basse to North Bank to Yaran, and also welcome our international delegates and wish them very well to have a successful International Social Protection Conference. We also welcome our international resource persons as they also delve into other issues and hope to increase our understanding of how social protection can be financed in a sustainable way. So I welcome everyone and look forward to an exciting conference in the next 3 days.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I said, social protection is cross-cutting and involves different sectors. And I'm glad that one of the speakers mentioned the fact that we have the Social Protection Secretariat has regional structures, just to show the decentralization of the work that the Secretariat does. We have representatives in different regions to ensure that the most vulnerable and poor in the rural areas' plight is actually put on the table and looked into accordingly, just as people living in the urban areas. And we understand the difficulties that women and children get to deal with who are living in rural Gambia. So moving on, part of social protection as well has to do with the development of young people. And up next, we are about to be joined by the Bright Star Entertainment, and these are individuals who now are actually a household name, and we see UN agencies using them and government institutions because of the fact that we have given them the right resources to be able to develop. And I'm sure that if every young person gets this amount of support, then young people will be as ready as possible to take on even leadership roles. So Bright Stars Entertainment, the floor is yours. I am looking forward to an exciting performance. A round of applause for them. The technicians, can we just have some extra mics, please?
Now you tell the children. Tell me, if I, as a citizen of this country, if I, as a youth in this country, cannot afford my daily bread, for so long I have been without a job. But yet still cannot make ends meet.
Ends meet? You think of ends meet? While I think of how to breathe. I am not only a disabled, but sick to the core. Illness and disability been my biggest foe. My heart embracing bed. I cry. I cry. And nobody hears my silent, suffocated groans. Why? I'm a loving child. I'm a doctor. I'm a gardener.
Heavy rainfall. Heavy rainfall has caused this flooding that has affected thousands of Gambians, including me. Houses severely affected. Certificates washed away. Food washed away. Happiness washed away. Everything washed away. Natural disaster. Natural disaster has attacked us with epidemics. In Solomon.
And Uzama Kumbosi. Kana Kumbo itu sonyamu. Itu sonyamu. Atau pernah cek kenapa awal itu Kumbo lagi aku Kumbo sonya. Lagi ada apa itu? Kau buka Kumbo sonya. Wow, kau mungkin tribalism, discrimination. Mungkin mana ni bebanan na bangko kaya. Kalau kau Kumbo lain pun sudah kau beli apa? Kumbo ni min dua memori fana. Kalau kau je bang, mula mambara fasu tu nyoy harmadian punya. Kelek wado kelek. Wado nyofa. Na bangko kaya di mana badi dalam tu. Nama berhampai, malah fos saya babulin nam babul nam mamma kena nyalo. Mula lo kira jangan berdarah nanti. Apa kira puisi? Saya bul anak kira jangan berdarah nanti deh. Pun sabara fanyoye, nganyo makoi, nawan deh. Ndol lagi bangko. Di mana dia boleh makoi lah?
Who will help us?
If not the government, who else? From the dart in the ground might represent the roots of love. I mean, from the dart on the ground might represent the roots of love. From Genesis Islands to coloring trees to flying bees. And it's not even bad to add little cheese to it. If I give you a bucket of flowers of solutions to your problems, will you be able to continue your smile?
That will be a moment of joy.
Konbo, ladies and gentlemen, listen to Mr. Joe Ulamanjo. He's the reason why they say agriculturally more damakatu in order to minimize the The mountain of knowledge, the ocean of wisdom.
I am here for you. Li ngeen na joy yépp su soobee Yàlla ñu safaral ko. National Social Protection Secretariat organizes the International Social Protection Conference today to mobilize financing to accelerate increase coverage and reach with the golden theme accelerating social protection finances to increase coverage ak reach.
Manam dolel khalisi ka kodo la fa pour ñu jappalé ñi nga xamné dañ vulnerable. Tatu len lolu.
The government of the Gambia has strengthened its social protection systems to 1. Help individuals and communities to cope with the various risks like unemployment, illness, disability, natural disaster, and economic downturns. Social protection here does not only address immediate needs but also contributes to long-term and sustainable development. Social protection fosters social cohesion by reducing social exclusion and improving social integration. By service, social protection programs to improve human capabilities and empower individuals and communities to break the circle of poverty.
Manam si gatal the circle of poverty bi si bopam ñu door ko daan ko ñepp
And in line with the National Social Protection Policy 2015 to 2025, Government of the Gambia has established the National Social Protection Secretariat under the Office of the Vice President to support the National Social Protection Steering Committee in providing leadership and coordination across the totality of social protection efforts in the country. Since creation in 2019, NSPS has helped to provide direction and much needed coordination in the fragmented social protection sector in this country. Today's programs can reach their targeted beneficiaries with the Gambia Social Registry. This does not only reduce duplication and miss outs, but increase coverage. Increase in financing means more vulnerable individuals and households will be covered. Send Joy, Jenna.
Thank you so much, Bright Stars Entertainment. A bigger round of applause for them. Thank you so much to the Bright Stars Entertainment. I think only with that performance, we are all now aware of the work of the National Social Protection Secretariat. I don't think we need any more explanation after that performance of the work, the amazing work that they do. Thank you so much to Bright Stars Entertainment. And like I said, you know, youth and employment and just empowering young people is part of social protection. And it's something that needs to be looked into more and more and more, considering we understand the current dynamics when it comes to irregular migration. And I'm happy that it is something that they mentioned. So hoping that this is something that stakeholders we would take into consideration to bring about more youth empowerment programs to ensure that young people believe in their country and they get to stay here with us. So moving on, we will now invite the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, who will be delivering a statement in relation to financing social protection. And that is why all of us are here today. We're all here today to commit to increasing finance for social protection to ensure coverage and reach. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for joining us.
Thank you very much. I think my work is cut out for me. After such a bright performance, it's put in context the moral dimension of social protection. Your Excellency, the Vice President, deputizing for His Excellency, the President of the Republic, High Excellency, the First Lady, Fatoumata Barbaro, EU Ambassador here ably represented by the Head of Cooperation, UN Resident Representative, Coordinator, and UN agencies, development partners, IMF, World Bank, and other development partners here in present, senior government officials, members of the media fraternity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly and respectively observed. Good morning to you once again. It's my pleasure to participate in this important event of financing social protection. And the play that was just concluded put in context the moral dimension of social protection. And it is the center stage of government policies. It has really, really driven home the relevance of our policies as a government, that the agenda of His Excellency is to leave no one behind. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference, that is increasing social protection financing to increase coverage and reach, is reflective of the direction of the government's commitment towards social protection. This is underpinned by our conviction that social protection is the bedrock of development. Research in both academia and policy circles have proven beyond reasonable doubt the impact of social protection financing on breaking the intergenerational poverty and propelling of economic growth for shared prosperity and social justice. And as I have mentioned, the development agenda of His Excellency the President is inclusive and will always carry along the vulnerable members of society. It's a government that every citizen should see themselves in, regardless of your social standing. Social protection in the Gambia is financed through multiple sources, from the government to the development partners to NGOs. The partners continue to support investing in our people through multiple channels, and the government continue to channel funds through the budget into various sectors, such as protecting multi-sectoral interventions. Allocating domestic resources is in line with the Addis Ababa Declaration on Development Financing, which states that the domestic resource mobilization is the most sustainable mechanism of financing social protection. Our commitment in social protection is articulated in the Recovery Focus NDP 2023 to 2027 Pillar 5, which is the empowerment, social inclusion, and leaving no one behind. It is anticipated to improve households' resilience and put in place safety measures to address vulnerabilities through social protection. In conformity with our international commitments and in collaboration with our partners, this will contribute towards achieving SDG 1 on no poverty, no one behind, no poverty, target 1.3, which explicitly calls for the establishment of social protection system for all, prioritizing poor and vulnerable segments thereafter. Furthermore, the SDG goals contribute to social protection goal 3 to ensure healthy lives and promote the well-being of all ages, and goal 4 to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. Permit me to take you through a few interventions of the government in different sectors. On the health sector, we have just established a national health insurance scheme which will contribute towards out-of-pocket health expenditures and will expected to stand at 24.4% as per the national health account. In more direct social protection sensitive budget lines, the government has expended approximately 161 million year to date. These include the vaccines and other essential medical supplies which benefit the poor and the vulnerable. On education, and in line with the classification of the National Social Protection Policy, government expenditure on social protection in education amount to a whopping $420 million. These include school improvement grants, teaching aids, learning materials, open scholarships and bursaries, and school feeding program. And it goes a long way to improve both access and quality of education for poor and the vulnerable segment of all. And the policy of the government of providing universal access to education free from kindergarten to grade 12 is a testimony of the government support of social protection in the area of education. In agriculture, we continue to offer value chain and entrepreneurship training for improvement of lives and livelihoods of economically active population. This is in support of social protection priority area 3, which is promote livelihoods of and income of the poorest and vulnerable communities, especially the active population. These are implemented through various government and partner-funded interventions. And in order to complement this and towards achieving food self-sufficiency, the government has provided to the farmers an import subsidy to the tune of $665 million. On the subsidies, the government continued to subsidize petroleum products in the country. And this amount year to date of 2023, $307 million is to date. And for the year just concluded, government has subsidized petroleum products to the tune of $1.6 billion. Although due to its general nature, we could say that the across the board subsidy of petroleum might not easily classify as social protection, but since it covers the vulnerable segment of society, it has ameliorated the adverse impact of the rising cost of fuel for the poor and the vulnerable. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in improving coordination structure of social protection, the government and the World Bank has supported the establishment of the National Social Protection Secretariat. The government continues to support its daily operation through government interventions, and this has contributed immensely towards policy priority 5, which is strengthening leadership, governance, and social protection systems in order to design and deliver effective and efficient programs. On system, the National Social Protection Secretariat has developed the Gambia Social Registry, which is at an advanced stage of completion for nationwide coverage. It is a single largest database of all programs so that can be used towards making targeted intervention to the vulnerable communities. It will help in building a more efficient system of social protection systems. Currently, the Social Protection Register has covered the rest of the country except the Greater Banjul area and KMC. And once the register is completed, a nationwide subsidy in areas such as fuel will be suppressed, and targeted means-tested intervention will be invoked to make the intervention of government resources more reflective of the priorities. The National Protection Policy outlines the need for a predictable and sustainable financing mechanism for social protection, and hence the theme of the conference today. As we accelerate towards the vision of the policy, that is, to establish by 2035 an inclusive, integrated, and comprehensive social protection system, the government and its partners are developing social protection financing for the country. The deliberations of this conference will feed into the final strategy as we aim to tap into the vast knowledge and experience sharing in the next few days. Notwithstanding, here are the few key initiatives government is likely to embark on or have started. In order to have clarity on which expenditure lines to target in order to reach the vulnerable, the Social Protection Thematic Group on Financing has embarked on budget classification of social protection. This will be used to monthly track the progress of our overall expenditure on social protection. With the completion of the Gambia Social Registry likely to be by the end of 2024, the government is committed to using less generalized subsidies and channeling funds into more targeted groups, and this will be reflected in the budget accordingly. The government will gradually mainstream social assistance into the national budget rather than rely on ad hoc and project-based cash transfers. In 2024, we will pilot the expansion of the Family Strengthening Program at the Department of Social Welfare in the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. The target beneficiaries will be orphans, vulnerable children, persons with disabilities, and older persons. A robust evaluation will be set up from the beginning, and the findings will inform the expansion and the full rollout after 2 years. The Social Protection Bill includes the establishment of a Social Protection Fund, and upon consideration of the National Assembly, the modus operandi of the fund will be defined and the guidelines set for smooth operationalization. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate on the theme, we should seek solution to the following questions. 1, how could national and external investment in social protection system be sustainably financed? Although it takes years to build a social protection system, how do we ensure that we finance and develop the adaptive systems to be able to respond to shocks as part of disaster risk management, risk financing, which should be at the core of the social protection. The investment case for social protection expenditures. Every government expenditure should have value for money, and social social protection should not be left out. As such, we want to ensure that the question for today and tomorrow's deliberation should be government intervention in the social protection space, value for money, public expenditures. Which is more effective, expenditure rationalization or earmarking funding for social protection? That is means testing. I look forward to the deliberations of the conference and the opportunities for discussing the above questions. And I can assure the gathering here that the government of His Excellency President Barrow, in collaboration with the development partners, will work tirelessly to ensure that the development agenda covers all facets of society and that the poor and the vulnerable groups are central to this agenda. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And I hope that before we leave here in the next 3 days, we'll be able to have answers to the questions that you put out. So before I invite the Vice President to deliver his statement, I would just like to use this opportunity for all of you to join me to give a huge round of applause to the organizing committee of this particular event, because we all know how difficult it can be to bring people together, especially for 3 days, to ensure that we stage something as amazing as this. So a round of applause to the committee. We really appreciate your work, the sleepless nights, running up and down. We see it and we appreciate it. And just to say that the committee was not just the National Social Protection Secretariat, but it was drawn from different other institutions and sectors. So we appreciate your work for putting something like this together. So moving on, final statement of the day. I'll invite His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, to deliver his statement. And thank you so much for joining us here today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of the Gambia, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, the Resident Coordinator of the UN System, representative of the EU, the country representative for UNICEF, UNFPA, FAO, and UNDP, and other members of the diplomatic and consular corps here present, members of the National Assembly here present, the governors here present, senior civil servants, the press, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. I bring you greetings of His Excellency the President Adama Barrow, who was supposed to be here, but as you know, he is still on his leave. So he has asked me to represent him. He would have liked to join you, maybe another time, when his leave ends. Your Excellency, the First Lady, ladies and gentlemen, I read the statement on behalf of His Excellency, and it reads thus. My government and its dedicated partners converge yet again to discuss social protection issues, as we do every 2 years. It is a momentous event converging today as we grasp the lessons of COVID-19 on vulnerability, risk, and poverty. These are at the heart of social protection, and the pandemic threatened to recede us back to extreme poverty the world over after decades of gains in our collective fight for increased prosperity, well-being for our people. The long-term vision for social protection in the Gambia is to establish by 2035 an inclusive, integrated, and comprehensive social protection system that will effectively provide preventive, promotive, and transformative measures to safeguard the lives of all poor and vulnerable groups and to contribute to broader human development, greater economic productivity, and inclusive growth. These are premised on the fundamental guidelines from the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. Section 2016(2) of the Directive Principles of Safe State Policy obligates the state to ensure that persons with disabilities, the aged, children, and other vulnerable members of society are provided just and equitable social opportunities, facilitate equal access to social amenities, and secure and promote a society founded on the principles of freedom, equality, justice, tolerance, probity, and accountability. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the government is also committed to social protection in line with our international commitments to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, which enshrines right to social security, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights 1981, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child 1990, which advance social protection with human rights approach. In line with this domestic and international commitments, our social protection system consists of the following priority areas. 1. Safeguard the welfare of the poorest and most vulnerable populations. 2. Protect vulnerable populations from transitory shocks. 3. Promote livelihoods and income of the poorest and vulnerable economically active populations. Number 4. Reduce people's exposure to social risks and vulnerabilities, including discrimination and exclusion. And 5. Strengthen leadership, governance, and social protection system in order to design and deliver effective and efficient programs. The Recovery Focused National Development Plan, Pillar 5, Outcome 6.5, focus on resilience of households and individuals, strengthen and safety nets put in place to address vulnerabilities through social protection, reaffirms our commitment in the medium to long-term social protection. A social protection is multi-sectoral. As social protection is multi-sectoral, different key ministries continue to strive towards these objectives. These programs include, amongst others, the following. Cash transfer schemes are implemented by ministries, departments and agencies, NGOs and UN agencies, especially to respond to shocks. With our partnership with the World Bank through the NAFA, we have implemented one of the most successful cash transfer schemes in the sub-region, impacting over 16,000 households. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, education as part of human capital development has proven to be one of the most effective ways of breaking intergenerational poverty. In line with the Social Protection Policy Priority 1 of protecting the welfare of the poorest, government continues to prioritize access to education as well as improvements in education quality outcomes. The School Improvement Grant, the provision of teaching aids and equipment, scholarships, and school feeding program are all geared towards this objective. In line with our development aspirations and the Social Protection Implementation Plan, the government continues to provide health fee waivers and highly subsidized health services. These strides will continue in view of the recent establishment of the National Health Insurance Scheme, which aims to provide access to health care for all. The scheme has excluded vulnerable groups from contributions. Relatedly, through the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, we continue to provide children-related support, gender empowerment programs, and the provision of social welfare services as encapsulated in the Social Protection Implementation Plan. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, year in, year out, my government provides agricultural input support to farmers, training support and basic life skills training through the numerous project interventions in the country geared towards overall food self-sufficiency. The government's decision to continue our subscription to the Asia Risk Capacity Insurance Program is also aimed at supporting our vulnerable populations, especially farmers, in response to weather shocks. In line with Poverty Priority Area 5, strengthening leadership, governance, and social protection systems in order to design and deliver effective and efficient programs, government established the National Social Protection Secretariat in 2019 under the Office of the Vice President, responsible for implementing the policy directives of the National Population Secretariat Steering Committee. With support from the World Bank in building coordination structures, NSPS has achieved the following milestones. Development of the first ever Gambia Social Registry, which recently concluded data collection in the Combos. We are now left with only the Kanifing Municipality and Banjul. A compendium of high-level indicators and a monitoring plan for the entire social assistance sector has been developed and validated by all key players. This will be used to track progress in the sector. The Cabinet has recently approved the Social Protection Bill, providing direct legislation to the social assistance sector. The bill, which has already been submitted to the National Assembly, seeks to achieve the following, amongst others. Make provision for social assistance and to determine the qualification required in respect thereof. Ensure that minimum norms and standards are prescribed for the delivery of social assistance, and provide for the establishment of a social protection fund for social assistance. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my government will mainstream direct social assistance into the budget by piloting the expansion of the family centering program to vulnerable groups in 2024 and 2025. Evidence gathered in this pilot will inform the subsequent scale-up and expansion of the coverage as we strive to move away from project-based social assistance in program-based. My government has also recently established social protection regional subcommittees to be chaired by governors and comprising relevant technical advisory group members in each region. The objective, as defined in the policy, is to replicate the high-level coordination of the steering committee at the regions. The government will provide the necessary resources for smooth functioning of the structures. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of the strides on social protection, government will be hosting the ECOWAS meeting of experts and members of social protection on the first ever social protection framework later this month. Let me take this opportunity to thank our partners on their commitment on social protection. The World Bank for their support and partnership in providing safety nets and building social protection coordination structures. The European Union delegation for their support on the social protection policy in different areas, especially the recent budget support on increasing the coverage for social assistance. UNICEF on their continuous investment in children and recently support to the National Social Protection Secretariat in building coordination structures. The World Food Program on the school feeding program, lean season support, and support to building social protection coordination structures, among others. The Food and Agriculture Organization on efforts geared towards food self-sufficiency and nutrition security. The United Nations Development Program on social protection through Economic Growth Initiative in order to improve livelihoods, as well as the UNCDF on the economic inclusion interventions with the Department of Community Development. The United States of America on the incoming support on school feeding program, which actually started in implementation. The NFPA support to young girls and women. The WHO on the broad support to the health sector. In conclusion, therefore, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I call on all development partners to continue the support and collaboration, and looking forward to the final day on pledging of commitments towards social protection and the call to action paper. As a government, we lead by declaring our commitment to increasing social protection financing to increase coverage and reach. I thank you all for your attention and wish you a successful deliberation over the next few days. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, for that statement and assuring us of your government support to social protection. Now, to further be able to hold everybody accountable, should I say that? Is that scary? I'm not sure. We want to have their signatures. That's safer, right? It's safer to have their signatures somewhere, so that at some point, if we feel that things are not going the way we want, we can always look at it and say, oh, we have this person's signature here. But don't worry, I'll be signing as well. I'll be signing because the media has a huge role to play when it comes to social protection. And I'll use this opportunity to thank the media for coming here to join us today. All medias that are here, thank you so much for joining us. And together, let us continue to raise the voices of the most vulnerable individuals. And I'll now invite the high table to come and sign our board we have here. We can have the Vice President of the Republic to lead, to sign the commitment. The government of the Gambia commits to increasing social protection financing for enhanced coverage. So that is the Vice President of the Gambia signing, committing to increasing. Oh! Yeah, this one works. This one works. Yeah, thank you so much. We can have the Minister of Finance, we can have the First Lady first. You're committing to increasing coverage, to increasing finance, to increase social protection financing, which you're already doing anyway. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. The Minister of Finance. We can have the EU delegation and the United Nations resident coordinator as well to join us for the signing. Thank you so much for the support that you're providing to the Gambia government to ensure that social protection programs are funded in the Gambia. Thank you so much. Thank you for your continuous commitment. And then afterwards, we can have the rest of us to also sign, to commit and do it in our own individual ways. That's the National Coordinator of the Social Protection Secretariat. Thank you so much for the work. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that is all we have time for the opening ceremony, but we're going for the group picture. And after the group picture, we have a conducted tour of vehicles of the National Social Protection Secretariat, which will be done by the Vice President of the Gambia. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks.
Mr. Pichota.
Can you confirm whether those are the documents that you identified as being or not carrying your authentic signature?
There were two vouchers.
Please speak louder.
There were two vouchers.
Only two?
Two, yes.
Are those the ones? Are they there? Can you check that those exhibits?
I could remember the other one. The first one was 18,000. The other one was 7,000 plus.
The first one was
18,000.
18,000
plus. Yes.
Are they there?
I could not find it.
In the mean.
Now, Mr. Ture, can you explain for us to understand? On the 18th of January 2022,
yes,
trade license and rates were debited. The sum amount debited was $224,089.77 buttons. The same date, same time, the same amount was credited into your account again. I will give you to look at this and perhaps explain to us what happened. Mr. Okay, please. Yes. Or you can give it to the director of, then give it to him to check first. Is there any reason, or can you please hand over that to Mr. Suso to help us?
Yes, the 224.
Yes.
Yes.
That was trade license. Rates.
Exactly. Yes, for Trust Bank.
Yes.
Yes, the account was debited and later it has been credited.
Yes.
I think this is a wrong entry. It should have been credited. Yes. I could remember this was end of year when the RM communicated that our limit is more than 1 million, which is not correct.
Your what?
The RM communicated to us that, this is payment for Trust Bank.
Their rent?
Their trade license and the rates.
The rates?
Yes, 224.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Suso,
yes.
If being an accountant,
yes,
if you mistakenly debit an account that you should have credited, don't you think you should have two credits? The one to offset the first one and then the correct one. The second credit will be the correct amount.
It has to be debited twice.
Sorry?
It has to be credited twice.
It has to be.
Yes.
But was that the case in this instance?
No. It's only one debit and one credit.
Therefore, your explanation doesn't hold. If it has to be double credit, why do they give you single credit and you never ask the bank to why that was done? You should have been credited they mistakenly debited your account. Now they are reversing it. The first should be the reversal of the amount that was debited, and the second credit should be the amount that should have been paid into your account.
Yes.
But that is not the case on the statement of account.
You are correct. Actually, by the time we owe the bank.
I know you owe the bank, but there should be a paper trail to say this was an error, we are reversing the first debit with this credit and then give you your correct credit.
Yes.
But you never raised the alarm with the bank.
No, I did not make any alarm, but my understanding was the account was balanced simply because we owe them and they were able to...
I know you owe them 1.6 million.
161,000, yeah. Yes.
When that debit was done, then the same day, they reversed it.
Yes.
According to you. But it should be two reversals. One reversal and the other one is the amount that you should have been credited where they made a mistake.
But notwithstanding, the amount went down to 837.
Yes, because the 200 and something was what was debited.
Yes.
We should not have been debited on the 18th. That took it down to, or took it up to 1 point something million.
61.
Now, they reversed it the same day.
Yes.
And that brought your balance down to 800 and something.
37, yes.
Yeah. So I am saying, if what you are saying is true, then the bank still owes you some money.
Yes.
But you never raised the alarm.
No.
And you never reconcile your balance with your bank and your cash book. Because, sorry, you don't have a cash book.
No, we have a cash book.
You said you came in 2021 and scrapped the cash book.
No, we have cash book. We are using the IFMIS system.
But you don't reconcile on a monthly basis your bank account and your cash book.
I do reconcile it out of the system.
Now, but then you would have seen this error if you had reconciled as of that month.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, let me have the deputy registrar. Let me just finish the question.
Yes, yes.
Now, let me have the statement. Now, Mr. Ture, would it be right to state that going by your accounts,
yes,
at no point was it necessary for you to take these facilities that you were taking from the bank to pay salaries, going by the statement from Trust Bank?
Yes, I can explain.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yes, but...
okay, you agree. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Now, you agree because, is it because of the fact that the car park fees, the rates, the subventions that ought to have been paid by government were being paid by government? And even whereas they delay in paying, they pay you lump sum amount for the months that they did not pay. Is that right?
Yes.
Based on the statement we have.
Based on the statement, yes. And that is exactly what has happened, yes.
Yes. So my question is, we have noted in the statement
yes,
that when these car park fees and rates are paid,
yes,
which is ranging from 1 million to 3.5 million,
yes,
each time government remits this money into your account,
yes,
within that same month, the entire money is withdrawn by council staff.
yes,
And these withdrawals are done by the staff who you give authority
yes,
to withdraw this money.
yes,
And would I be right to say that these monies were never used, because this is 2020, I'm looking at 2022 and 2021.
yes,
For 2021, you had the 15 million credit from the two banks,
Yes.
Vista and Supersonic.
Yes.
So these monies that you withdrew, which were car park revenue that was sent to your account, were never used on any project activity of the council. Would I be right to say that? Because as at that time, you already had money which you were disbursing for the projects that you were executing. Because apart from those 5 projects that you were executing, there was no other side projects that you were doing.
Yes, there were some side projects like the extension of the chairman and the vice chairman's office.
When was that extension?
That was from 2021 to 2022. And also there was this pavements that we laid in the council's premises.
Can we have evidence of that to show that you expended this much, and we can reconcile that to monies that were withdrawn when these CAPA fees are paid into the trust bank account?
Yes, the evidence should be in the finance
so please
department.
note that and provide us with the evidence.
Okay.
Please note before you forget, evidence of the side projects apart from the major projects. Now, as at the time, that is to say in May, when this commission started,
yes,
the staff of BASE said they were not paid allowances for the previous 6 months, for the preceding 6 months, sorry.
Yes.
Now, how would you explain receiving car park fees for the period that we are talking about? You had amounts varying from 2.7 to 2.7, you had another 2.4, and this was in May, 14th May, no, 17th May, 2022. Your car park fees were 2.4 million. And if you recall, you told this commission that your salary liability is, as of April this year, is 78,261.59. So why is it that you couldn't use that money to pay salaries? Why couldn't you use that money to pay salaries? Since this remittance was done on the 17th. On the 17th of May. Why?
17th of May 2022.
Pardon?
17th of May 2022.
Yes. 17th of May 2022.
No, the car
your
park.
car park payments amounted to 2.4 million. 2,406,141.
This year's car park payment, by the time when it came.
This is 2022 I'm talking about.
Yeah, by the time it reached our accounts, we have already left the council.
You already left the council?
Yes.
In May?
No, yes, I could not, because...
This of minus 901.4 million. That is May 2022. Okay, let's check. Now, in August 2022,
yes,
you had a further credit into your account, which is 2,032,811.17.
Yes, that was
car park fees for January to June.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you had a further credit for September. You had 1.5. This is subvention to councils. 1.5 million.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You had all of these monies, you understand, towards the 2 last quarters was in serious problem. When you had these monies to take care of salary, and this is minus the revenue you are collecting.
Yeah, in 2022, we have paid salaries up to December, and we are not indebted. I think the salary indebtedness was, that started in June 2023.
But that is not what evidence you are giving before.
The 2023.
You are saying that in 2021, things became exacerbated because of the financial mismanagement.
Exactly.
And the people that testified before you, that is the junior staff, said the preceding 5 to 6 months they did not get salary.
No, that is 2023.
Yes, I understand.
Yes.
So for 2023, when did you receive your car park fees?
That one came after when we left.
When did you leave?
I left in July.
July?
Yes.
So for whole of January to July, you did not receive any car park fees?
No, I could not remember.
Are you sure?
I could not recall that.
We will check that.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Joe, let me just ask this question. The lady chairperson had told you about the subvention of 1.5.
Yes.
Got in September.
In 2022.
2022, yes.
Yes.
And that took your balance to a credit of 860. Sorry. Let me get back. The chairperson had indicated or put in question to you that you received 1.5 on the 8th of September 2022.
Yes.
And subsequently,
yes,
on the same 9, 10, and 15th September, the withdrawals were so heavy.
Yes.
200,000, 500,000, 100,000, 50,000 out of the 1.5 million that you had received.
Yes.
And finally, what broke the camel's back is on the 22nd of September, the same September, you signed a check for 800,000 from the Basay account. That took you straight back to a debit of 800,000. Don't you know when you are in debit you pay charges? Isn't the interest charges?
Yes.
Interest applied?
Yes.
And all of these things, they add up. And it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the people in the council are the ones who are paying these things for your unplanned withdrawals.
Yes.
Maybe Mr. Suso can help. Why were these monies withdrawn from on the 8th of September when you had the 1.5, but on the 9th and on the 10th you withdrew 200,000, 500,000, 100,000, 50,000, and 100 and then finally on the 22nd you withdrew 800,000. Why was all these withdrawals?
Yes. On the 8th of September, 1.5 came in. By the time we are in debit of 867,000 with the bank, then the amount went down to 667. So there was withdrawals by Malefi Bayi, 200, 500,000, and I could recall this 500,000 was deposited to, I think, Supersonic, if I can recall.
Can you show us for the machine? Whilst you are checking, Mr. Ture,
yes,
would it not have been prudent on the side of council to maintain a salary account, knowing that this is where you pay, where the car park fees and rates come in, and which are regular, and which you are sure that they are going to be paid? Why didn't you put the staff to receive their salary from Trustman. So that at the end of the day, you don't have difficulty in paying your salaries because you are assured of monies coming in that will take care of the salaries, and you will have balance, which if there is need, you will move to do other council's activity.
Yes, I quite agree with you. If we have done that, then we will not have run into this problem. And I quite agree with that. That one should be the best option, and it should be the right thing.
Yes, you are checking for Mr. Postoni. Can we see it?
Yes, I want to confirm where this 500,000 was deposited, but I can record it was breakdown into different amounts.
No, just check. You have all the accounts there. Check. If it is not there, it is not there. So it couldn't be said to have been deposited in any of the accounts. Because this check was given to Malafi Baji, and I assume that he collected the money cash, because it's not a bank transfer, right?
No, it was a cash withdrawal.
Oh. So it's not there. It's not in Supersonics.
It was breakdown into various...
No. The 5,000 is not paid into Supersonics.
No. It was breakdown into different amounts.
Council, you may proceed. Thank you.
Yes. You've seen the two vouchers?
Yes.
What is the first voucher, the amount?
It's 18,699.
What is the payment meant for?
The payment cost of fuel for NDMA.
Who is the beneficiary?
NDMA.
MD?
NDMA, National
Disaster Management,
yes.
the ANC.
Yes.
Who signed the checks?
I could remember before I left, a check was signed for NDMA for their fuel.
For their fuel?
Yes.
How much was that?
Well, I could not recall the exact amount.
Was that an open check or there was an amount?
Yeah, because there was, it was an open check.
An open check?
Yes.
So you said that signature, is that yours?
Well, this one, I didn't agree with that. It's not mine.
Why is that signature not yours? What is the difference between that signature and your actual signature?
This one, it's not my signature.
So you believe it is forged?
Yes.
Who do you think signed that on your behalf?
Well, it's either because we are the two signatories on the vouchers, Lamin Suso and myself.
Who prepared the payment voucher?
This payment voucher, I could not know who really prepared, but it should be prepared by Ndaba Kurbali.
Can you hand that over to the finance director then? Yes, Mr. Suso, is that the signature of the Ture?
Yes.
Who prepared the payment voucher?
Ndaba Kurubali.
Did Ndaba Kurubali sign?
No.
So how would we know that he prepared the payment voucher?
It's his writing.
Is he not supposed to sign it?
Yes, he's supposed to sign.
Did he sign it?
No, on this particular payment voucher, the signature of the accounts clerk is not there. It's the old one. Yeah, but the latest one that we introduced, that one.
When was that, the date?
This was 22nd of June, 2021.
21?
Yes.
Mr. Ture, were you in town by that time?
22nd of June, 2021.
Were you in the office by that time?
I should be in the office that time.
So how would you not know when they were preparing these payment vouchers as a CEO?
It's normally these ones will come after, most of the time they will come after the transactions.
In fact, most of the vouchers will come after the transactions.
Yes.
How about the second one?
The second one is here also.
What is the amount?
It's 7,770.
What was the payment for?
Being payment for cost of fuel for BSAC 1 while on official mission to Banjul as per attachment.
BSAC1 is allocated to?
To the chairman.
To the chairman?
Yes.
Did you authorize that payment?
No, this payment I did not authorize it.
Can you please hand it over to the finance director? Yes, sir?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that particular payment?
This is a sundry fuel supply for BAC1,
yes,
on official mission, prepared by Tabakubari, signed by CEO and myself.
What is the official mission about?
The document is not attached.
It's not attached?
Yes.
So as the finance director, how will we know that that is an authentic payment?
Well, it is authentic, but the supporting document is
the supporting documents are the determining factor, not the actual payment itself, not the actual withdrawal of the amount. The supporting documents are what will authenticate the payment. Is that not the case?
Yeah, looking at the vouchers, in fact, this one was even a refund.
Refund?
Yes. The fuel was, it was spent and later the money was refunded.
To?
Possibly to the chairman.
Refunded to who?
To the chairman.
I don't understand. How was it spent? So it was also another case of pre-financing as well?
Yeah, it do happen.
So who pre-finances one?
Chairman.
Where is the evidence?
There's no evidence, but the fuel receipt, because normally chairman also will travel to Combo, pre-finance fuel, because if you look at the date on the
let us assume there was pre-financing by either you yourself or the chairman
and the CEO.
It doesn't matter. Yes. Any of you guys?
Yes.
At the area council?
Yes.
Where is the document to support that?
No.
No what?
Because this one, what I can see.
You said no what?
Because by right, if there's a pre-financing, there should be a documentation prepared.
No, there's nothing like pre-financing. You guys should not run the area council as if you're in your homes. But even if we are to give you the benefit of the doubt that indeed you will put your own money into the area council's coffers, where is the document to support that?
Council, there is no document. The reason that advanced all these issues is because we were having financial challenge. So some of the issues will happen.
To be honest, you were employed to work for the area council.
Yes.
Not to pre-finance the council. I had shown you the financial manual, the revenue of the area council. You are supposed to manage the revenue of the council. Yourself, the CEO, the chairman, and anyone that works at the area council. Primarily you.
Yes.
The management. And that's it. So you cannot be running the area council as if you're running your homes or your private business. But to say the least, even in doing that unlawful act, you still cannot have documents to show that you have pre-financed the council. And I keep on reminding you how rich you are more than the area council, and you keep on denying that the fact. But every document that you pick, if you couldn't have an explanation for it, the next thing would be is a pre-finance. If I want to believe it as unlawful as it seems, there is no one single document to prove that it was pre-financed. Now, the other issue to conclude with both of you would be regarding the payment vouchers. What would be the limit? Are there any threshold in relation to who will approve what amount of payment at the area council? Mr. Ture, as a CEO.
Yes.
What is the threshold?
Well, we didn't have any threshold.
Why? Are you not supposed to have a threshold?
We're supposed to have a threshold.
So?
But we didn't have any threshold.
And why is that? I want to understand why you don't have a threshold.
It was not correct.
I know.
Yes.
But why don't you have a threshold?
We didn't have any threshold.
I know you don't have a threshold.
Yes.
Mr. Ture,
yes.
You are employed to enforce the law. So why don't you not have a threshold?
Yeah, the threshold should have been determined by the chairman and to a further extent by the
And what threshold are we talking about right now?
Well, I could not remember.
What threshold are we referring to right now?
No, I don't know the threshold that we are referring to now, unless you referred me to.
I don't understand. When payments are supposed to be authorized, there
Yes.
are payments that you can authorize.
Yes.
Is that not the case?
Yes.
There are payments that you can authorize.
Yes.
Now turn to page 19 of the financial manual.
Okay.
If you don't know the threshold, maybe perhaps that's one of the reasons why you would be just spending
Okay.
or authorizing monies at any amount.
Okay.
Turn to page 19. Do you have it with you, sir?
No, I didn't have it with me.
Let me read for you. It says,
You can read it, yes, I remember. Yes.
Authority for expenditure.
Yes.
The authority to incur expenditure is vested in council through budget approval.
Yes.
The finance director shall not make any payment nor accept any charge in his account unless authorized by the CEO and in accordance with the monetary thresholds approved by each council.
Yes.
As regard the monetary threshold, it should be noted that up to a given amount, the CEO can approve and incur expenditure without reference to the chairman or mayor, whichever the case may be, of council, my input. Up to a certain amount, the CEO is required to consult and seek clearance from the chairman or mayor, as the case may be, or mayoress. Beyond a given amount, the CEO is required to refer such expenditure to council to seek approval. So you have financial guidelines. You as the chief officer, accounting officer, you have financial guidelines. You cannot just spend monies anyhow. You can't commit council's funds anyhow at any amount. There has to be checks and balances.
So
what is the procedure in your area council?
That is not the procedure.
What is the procedure? What procedure do you have?
The procedure that we have is when there is payments and there is an amount attached to it, mostly the amounts are written on the check and the checks are signed and they are withdrawn.
Who authorizes payment?
I authorize.
You and yourself, the finance director, and the chairman?
We should consult the chairman in most of the payments, but most of the time we didn't consult him.
But then in most times as well, he's aware.
Yes.
But you don't have a ceiling.
No, we didn't have a ceiling.
And so the clearance from the chairman, if it is really a very large number, would be verbal as well.
So,
is that correct, Mr. Suzo?
Yes.
Yes, what?
There was no threshold at the council, and we are operating based on our own discretion.
And who decides? Who exercises the discretion? Yourself?
And CEO.
And?
CEO. Chairman is sometimes been informed by the CEO.
Yes, so yourself, the CEO primarily, and the chairman will also be informed in some aspect as well?
Yes.
How about council?
No.
Why did you not develop a threshold?
No, that we did not get to that, and we did not push it to the council.
Did you not know at the time?
Yes, we understand.
As in you, personal, let me talk to you personally. Did you not know at the time?
Yeah, I understand there should be thresholds.
You knew that there should be threshold?
Yes.
Why did you not advise that there should be threshold?
Honestly, I was overtaken by events. I could not.
Which events overtook you? Which events?
I was also busy in my office doing
You were?
things. Well, I was unable to push
You
it.
had time to withdraw money.
Yes,
you had time to withdraw money up to 4 million as far as the audit report is concerned, but as far as you're concerned, $3.something million. You had time to do that and not to follow procedure. What were you overwhelmed with?
Yeah, you are very right. This procedure sometimes, honestly, it took us time to go back.
So why would you not do this simple thing? The idea that there has to be threshold is because it was not favorable to you guys.
No, I disagree with you.
So what to now give me the reason?
Because these monies are not for us personally.
That's okay.
Yeah, so whatever we do is in the interest of the council.
That's
and
all right.
Of URA.
That's okay. Now
Yes.
give me the evidence.
Yeah, so it was not actually pushed to the council. We did not do our job.
When you withdrew the $100,000, it was not for the interest of council, was it?
No.
So don't tell me whatever you do is for the interest of council.
That's one of.
One of what? One of what?
Like, for helping the CEO.
No, an unlawful act.
Yes.
An illegal act.
You are right.
So don't sit here and tell me you were doing, whatever you're doing was for the interest of council. Because whatever you had done, but you, the chairman, the CEO, was not for the interest of council. Even if you had done it once. But we have seen repeated acts of flouting the rules. You are telling me following the rules is in the interest of council? The financial manual dictates that for every departure from the accounting norm, you should seek clearance from the CEO. Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you do that?
There was no document, but he was in the picture.
What?
There was not, most of the time, there is no documentation, but he is always in the picture.
For every departure of accounting procedure, norms and regulations, you should inform and have clearance from the CEO in writing. Says the financial manual. Have you ever had one?
No.
And you have always departed?
Yes.
So don't tell me it's in the interest of, what is in the interest of the council is for you to follow the law and the regulation. Where it may be a burden or it may be impossible, you seek clearance in writing to depart. But all you had departed from was the idea that when it was time for you to deposit money into your account in the name of you have pre-financed the area council, it's now convenient. So, Mr. Ture.
Yes, sir.
So, up to the time you had left, there was no manual regarding the threshold. Is that the situation?
No.
So why were you approving vouchers, payment vouchers, without the correct supporting documents?
That was not right.
I know. But why were you doing it?
Because it was not right. I will be expecting that they will bring the attachments, and the attachments never come.
Yes.
Yes.
But you have already authorized the payments.
I have already authorized the payment.
Before the vouchers will come.
Yes, I accept that.
As in, why was that the case?
It was not proper. I should not have done it, but I did it because they will always tell me that they will.
So the NSPS is premised on the fact that there was duplication and no coordination in the sector. So the policy called for the establishment of an institution to help the steering committee to do that coordination on a day-to-day basis. So that's exactly what I stated, duplication and implementation of efforts. Coverage was also low at the time, and even now I can say coverage could be improved. And as highlighted in the minister's, thank you for that. As highlighted in the Minister of Finance statement and the Vice President's statement, we are more of project finance social assistance, and as a result, coverage remains low. So one of the priorities is to see how to increase coverage, and that's also why we have financing as a major issue, and that's why it's the topic today. Now, talking about financing, at the moment, key development partners are leading the way in terms of financing social protection. Of course, the European Union, the World Bank, the UN system, the international NGOs, they all contribute in one way or the other in implementing social protection programs. As the Minister of Finance also alluded to, the government through various ministries and departments and agencies also implement programs. I mean, examples of which is the school feeding program is done part by WFP and also part by government. Government also provides, school improvement grants. Basically, improving access is considered social protection. Basic health, access to basic health facilities is also considered social protection. But financing right now is unpredictable. And as alluded to by both the Vice President and the Minister, in order to chart a way forward, you need a predictable way of financing. You need a predictable way of financing to say coverage, for example, will be increased on an annual basis by X amount, and then government or the partners work towards achieving that objective. So in that way, it could be sustainable and it could also be predictable. But it goes without saying that financing remains a challenge, and it is why the main topic of the next 3 days will be how to increase financing. Next slide. Okay, so those are the goals of the policy. I can just quickly go through. Establish and strengthen the policy leadership, coordination, and implementation mechanism. As I said earlier on, that is one of the reasons the Secretariat is established under the Office of the Vice President. Address gaps in coverage and aligning social protection programs more effectively. At this point, it is always crucial to mention our social registry, which basically should serve as a single entry point. Now, if we have 20 social protection programs in the country, the ideal goal is for them to use the social registry to the extent it is possible. So once you are able to reduce duplication, let's say 3 agencies all go to help one person. So you spread that with the opportunity that the social registry can tell you who helped who and in which region. So you can actually increase your coverage. Instead of everyone going to one village, they can go to 3 villages. So at the program level, the social registry helps us a lot in terms of expanding the coverage, basically by being very effective and efficient with the resources we have. It should also provide guidance to increase the coordination, systematization, and monitoring of intervention. I think it was the Vice President who mentioned about the fact that we now have a compendium of indicators. The social assistance sector is there. So basically everyone does what you feel like at your little corner. So there is no overarching monitoring framework to see whether we are moving in the same direction or not, or at least whether we are moving in the direction of the policy. Now, with the establishment of the M&E framework, the sectors, each thematic area had sector participants develop the indicators of progress in that sector. So that should also happen. That's a policy goal, and that's one of the major achievements. Now, in the next 3-4 years, we can always refer sectors in each priority area to say, this is what the high-level indicator said you should achieve, and this is where you are. Before this year, it was not there. So I think that policy objective, at least we are getting closer to it. We would have to do a pilot on how to implement the M&E framework. So once that is fully done, we should be confident enough to say we will be able to monitor the sector properly. Strengthening capacity at the national, sub-national, and local level for policy formulation, coordination, implementation, and monitoring. So as the policy was new in 2015, this was an area identified, and through the generous support of the European Union, there was a technical support to the Secretariat or to the Social Protection Policy. First, it was preceded by a capacity assessment, which identified 600 individuals, both at frontline, middle, and senior level, that needed to have their capacity improved in terms of social protection. I think I can safely report that if it weren't for the break of the COVID, by now we would have reported 100% success on that. But with the advent of COVID, the trainings were a bit scaled down, but still the support from the EU implemented through the Consistente was able to train at least 300 of the 600 identified in the capacity assessment. We are hoping, I think my colleague Evangelina is here, that the next programming will be able to pick up from where we stop and then address the challenges that came as a result of COVID. Of course, create fiscal space for the sustainable financing of social protection. It is one of the reasons I said to the Minister of Finance yesterday night, everybody can be absent, but you cannot be absent. And that is why he came, and then he gave government's commitment in different sectors. And also he gave the direction in terms of what government is thinking in terms of financing social protection, which is to mainstream it in the government budget. And I think the collaboration of the EU in 2024 and 2025 is going to be a defining moment. Now, what we are doing there in partnership with the Department of Social Welfare, my good friend Jankoba is here, is to say that we have to use government systems to deliver social protection. That way we can keep the cost of operation low, and then we can reach more people. Now, with the generous collaboration of the European Union, the government have agreed to expand the family strengthening program, which of course you had the EU delegation mentioned, the Minister of Finance and the Vice President. To this social protection tax, will be geared towards financing of social protection. Which one is more effective? That is left for the convergence to address. But these are two key steps that we should take if we want to create fiscal space for social protection. We either earmark a fund or we check expenditure rationalization. We go into the budget and look at expenditures that we think are less important to social protection and channel the funds to social protection. So it is not a question I can answer. Of course, if we could answer it, we will not have this conference to brainstorm over it. We are looking forward to all of you contributing to this discourse, as the minister said, and hopefully by the time we finish on the third day, we'll have a clear path as to the preferred option, and then we advise government on that. Next slide. Okay, social protection priority areas. As I stated, following the assessment of the sector, it was deemed necessary to have 5 priority areas. I will just read through them. The first one is safeguard the welfare of the poorest and most vulnerable population. Now, let me give one example of how government addressed this priority area. Of course, the Vice President talked about the NAFA program. Now, the NAFA program is an unconditional cash transfer to households of extreme poverty, and that is geared towards addressing policy priority area 1. The NAFA project was implemented by the National Nutrition Agency and partners, Department of Community Development, Department of Social Welfare, and the National Social Protection Secretariat. I can see the Deputy Executive Director of NANA is present, as it was revealed in the World Bank Portfolio Review 3 days ago. It is one of the most successful projects of recent times with 100% disbursement. I think we give a round of applause to the project management team at NANA. I think Mala, you are here, but I don't see a smile on your face. And also the generous support of enhancing the mobility of the regional structures in terms of monitoring social protection interventions, which the Vice President unveiled just now officially, was also through the general support of the Social Safety Net Project. That's actually the name of the project, Gambia Social Safety Net Project. So I was only talking about cash transfers unconditional to the extreme poor. It is in fulfillment of priority area 1 that government and World Bank came up with that intervention. Priority area 2, protect vulnerable populations from transitory shocks. Basically, the institution of government, mainly in this area, is the National Disaster Management Agency and partners, mainly World Food Program and other partners. So the response to shocks and crises in the country is linked directly to policy priority area 2. Policy priority area 3, promote livelihoods and income of the poorest and vulnerable, economically active population. Now, this is the best time to talk about, not to think of social protection only as cash transfer. Most of the time you talk about social protection, people think it's cash transfer. Social protection is cognizance of the fact of our old saying, balanga jangal nit, balanga jox nit jen every day, nga jangal ko numo nape du non. So priority area 3 is saying we need to build people's skills for improved livelihoods. That is why the Ministry of Trade, their employment department, and all the initiatives that they do in terms of increasing skills of individuals is considered as social protection. Now, the Department of Community Development, in partnership with the UNCDF, implemented a very good program called the Economic Inclusion Program, and that's exactly what it does. In other countries, they call it cash for work. So any initiative that helps people to build their skills, to be able to improve their chances of having work, is addressing social protection priority area 3. And it also shows you that it's in different sectors. It could be in agriculture, it could be in Ministry of Trade. Now, policy priority area 4, reduce people's exposure to social risks and vulnerabilities, including discrimination and exclusion. So this could take different forms. For example, any efforts geared towards gender-based violence, reducing it, any efforts towards helping people who are chronically ill, for example, people living with HIV, they can be subject to all kinds of discrimination. All activities geared towards that is in response to policy priority area 4, and also the policy mentioned that prison inmates and their families. they can also go through some form of discrimination. So they also require some level of support. Now, our favorite, if not talked about always at the institutions, strengthening leadership, governance, and social protection systems, is the main reason you have the secretariat. The secretariat used to meet on an ad hoc basis. At the time, the director of policy analysis used to be the chair of the social protection steering committee, because then it was positioned on the office of the at the office of the president. Of course, I was one time director of policy analysis, so I know a little bit about this, although it moved to the office of the vice president just when I resumed, but of course we had the social protection files and everything. So the leadership now is provided by the office of the vice president, and the secretariat supports the steering committee and the office of the vice president on their recommendations and directions on a day-to-day basis. That's the 5 policy priority areas. We can now move on and see what's been achieved in each of them. Next slide. Implementation area 1. So the way it works, the implementation areas are linked to the policy priority areas. So in a linear way. So implementation area, sorry, not in a linear way, I wanted to say. If you look at implementation area 1, it says establish and strengthen national social protection policy leadership, coordination, and implementation mechanism. So that's basically policy priority 5. So the implementation areas were not linearly linked to the policy areas. So necessarily implementation area 1 doesn't correspond to priority area 1. It's not so much of a problem as long as it's properly defined. So this obviously implementation area 1. 2 is increased coverage of social protection policies and programs to meet the objectives of the policies. Strengthen social protection system for the effective planning, delivery, and monitoring of social protection programs. Implementation area 4, develop a sustainable financing strategy and mechanism to fund the implementation of the NSPP and specific programs. I think we'll get to the progress, but I can say in each of these areas, a lot has been achieved, and we are trying to pin down implementation area 4. Now, a draft financing strategy was developed and validated. It coincided with the approval of the bill from cabinet, and then the advice was that we may not need to rush and finalize the financing strategy. We can subject it to review, as the National Assembly is also reviewing the social protection policy. So the discourse there, and possibly out of this workshop, will feed into the financing strategy. Definitely, we do not want it to be a financing strategy that is just a report. Let me see what one of the consultants I once worked with said. He says, Diba, I don't want to give you a report, I want to give you a results. Now, as a consultant, your objective is not just to have a nice report in the shelves. You want to see it implemented. So that is the reason why we are not quickly getting the financing strategy to cabinet to approve. But we want to have a much more broader discussion, and also to check the direction of the legislation from the National Assembly with the establishment of the Social Protection Fund. Now, what you don't want is to quickly get it done, and then the deliberations of the National Assembly moves one way or in another direction. So to have consistency and coherence, the draft is there, discussions on this convergence will feed into it, and also the subsequent discussions from the National Assembly. We don't wanna do this. Let me quote my favorite. I was part of the steering committee for the National Health Insurance Authority, and at the time I was wearing a different cap. I was from the Ministry of Finance, and then, as I always say, I don't like earmarking of funds. So a lot of recommendations were put in the draft bill as to how to finance the health insurance, and one of them, if I remember right, was a chunk of the value-added tax. And I can see my JRA people are. Now, when you talk about the value-added tax in the revenue base of government, it is a huge amount. So if you earmark part of that to finance any activity, practically, I am saying it is not going to happen, because it is so sensitive and it's one of the major blocks. So we don't want to have. So the health insurance authority is established, but most of the revenue lines that they highlighted in terms of financing the health insurance, it's difficult to actually access it. So its implementation is becoming a challenge. So we are hoping to learn from that and not rush in terms of what to identify to be financing for social protection. So that, as the consultant said, we are not giving the country a report, but we are giving them a results. Next slide. So achievements registered so far, and I also must say that in the interest of time, these achievements are a little bit at a very high level, so we do not go into little things. Now, establishment of the national leadership and coordination mechanism, which is basically, we are seeing the NSPSC revitalized. The Social Protection Steering Committee is now revitalized. There is a calendar on which we meet, except if there is, it falls on a national holiday, like the last one was on a Tobaski, so we had to change. And now, as my colleagues at the World Bank always said, we want the meetings, but we want to see that the action points in your meetings are implemented. So we had a performance benchmark in the project, which was looking at the meeting minutes, the actions agreed there, whether they are implemented or not. So we can see that the steering committee is revitalized. They are agreeing on key strategic directions, and they are being implemented through. Of course, the NSPS is established. Establishment of the sub-national leadership and coordination mechanism. Let me explain a bit of this at this juncture, and that is why we have 2 regional governors here. The others are unavoidably absent, and they send their apologies. Now, the way the coordination structure is established, according to the policy, there's a national steering committee, which meets every quarter. But it's also saying that at the regional level, there should be a subcommittee to be chaired by the governors. Now, in the regions, they are mainly implementations on the ground. Now, the policy directions as established at the steering committee at the national level, are they implemented exactly that way on the ground at the regional level? The policy is saying, let the governor and his team decide that on a quarterly basis, and they inform the national steering committee. Now, 2 or 3 months ago, these committees were established. And as I told one of the governors, one of the reasons why we did not come knocking on their doors for its full operationalization is because we actually, it was actually not budgeted in 2023, but we have fully budgeted their operations and their modus operandi in the 2024 budget. And then we will provide the necessary support together with our partners on ensuring that monitoring at the regions on social protection activities are done. And it is one of the reasons why mobility will be provided at the regions to ensure that this activity happens. So the policy said that a subcommittee at the regional level should be established, and they are now established. They will be fully operational in 2024 first quarter, inshallah. Okay, strengthening the management at administrative capacity. This is also linking to the capacity building assessment that was done. That's the sector capacity needs assessment, which guided the EU technical support to the social protection policy. And then approximately 49% of the identified groups were trained. And as I said, if you look at 49%, it may look a little bit low, but please bear in mind that this was in the context of a pandemic. There was a pandemic for 2 years when mobility and movement were restricted. So if that were not the case, I think we probably would have gone a little bit far. But aside from the EU general support on the capacity assessment, there are also continuous capacity assessment from the Secretariat to the different thematic groups at the regional level and also at the national level. So in terms of the capacity assessment, it's 45% of the identified groups. So in the next implementation plan, 2023-2025, the idea is to pick up from where we left. We also observe that sometimes numbers don't speak the actual detail. If you look at the 49%, the bulk of this is in the front line and middle level, at the middle level. Now, most of the identified personnel at the policy level were difficult because it's actually difficult to get permanent secretaries and ministers together. So if you look at the 49%, it's a huge achievement at the front line and at the middle level. So the next cooperation plan, Evangelina, I hope,
will find a mechanism to find a working solution, a workable solution to get the permanent secretaries, myself and others at the policy level to get trained using this. Let's go to implementation area 2. So implementation area 2 stated that a national health insurance authority is established. So basically, this is just the achievement, but I think what the implementation area stated was that financing, especially financing health in the country, should be a little bit clear, because at the time, the out-of-pocket expenditure for every Gambian on health was considered very high. So government move towards this is to establish the National Health Insurance Authority and work on the National Health Insurance Scheme. At the last count, 2019 National Health account, out-of-pocket expenditure is at 24%. Although that is still below the sub-Saharan average of 31%, if I get it right. The idea is to move to an area where when people are sick, they don't first have to think about money. They have to first walk into a health facility that is accredited by the National Health Insurance and get proper assessment. So later, they can get the medication they desire, but people shouldn't be sitting at home because they think they cannot afford to go to the clinic. So the health insurance scheme will basically eliminate that. If you are sick, you should be able to walk into an institution cleared by the Health Insurance Authority to have at least a proper assessment of what happened to you. Now later, if you are unable to do here and there, but at least the starting point, people cannot sit home because they don't have money. That's one social protection pillar, that when people are sick, they should be able to walk into a health facility and get a proper assessment of what happened to them. Implementation area 3, please. Okay, implementation area 3 stated that establishing a fully operational social registry information system. This is our famous Gambia social registry. If any of you lives in the West Coast region, you probably have a black writing on your wall, GSR, with a long number. So that is the listing name for your structure. So every household in the West Coast in the last 3 months were interviewed. It doesn't mean every individual, but one individual in the household. In case you are not interviewed, please feel free to call 1229, because every household living in West Coast in the last 3 months should have been registered. Now the process started around URR, and then it now ends at in the combos. In 2024, the KM and Banjul will be done. And of course, I think we can see size becomes a very good advantage. We'll be the first country to have a fully covered social registry by 2024. So the social registry data collection stops at Combo, KMC and Banjul next year. Now the data, as it is sitting on a computer right now. So it's sitting on a computer. So the social registry information system is now transferring all the data into an information system. So in case programs want it, you just log onto our website. There will be a platform to channel your data request, and it will be provided to you seamlessly, and then you go and intervene. Now I talked about the development of the M&E system, the framework and plan, which is also completed. This was in the policy implementation plan. Of course, you have the compendium of social protection indicators, development of a sector-wide communication strategy. I think that was validated in 2022, last year basically. Implementation area 4, please. Approval of the social protection bill, which mandate the creation of the social protection fund. So basically what is in the implementation area is that lack of legislation in the sector. So the achievement becomes the approval of the social protection bill. And with that, we have to commend the partners, because I think within 1 year, we were able to put together a bill in a very, very consultative way, send it to cabinet approve it, it's now at the National Assembly. So hopefully, after the extraordinary sessions, we are expecting the social protection bill to be read for the first time in Parliament or in the National Assembly. A sustainable financing strategy for SP developed, as I said, no hurry. We want to get it right. So the outcome of this conference will also feed into the policy, as well as the discussions around the social protection fund at the National Assembly. Social protection reporting framework finalized. classification of budget lines. So let me explain this. If you looked at Ministry of Education, they are doing a lot of interventions. But if you want to classify which of their interventions qualifies as social protection or not, there is nothing on the ground. So I can use my discretion, the DPS can use his discretion. So we embark on an exercise to say, no, we need to have a unified definition anchored on the policy. Whatever is not indicated in the policy, it may sound very good, reasonable, but it is not a social protection expenditure. So we went through the government budget line by line, for the past 1 year. Line by line, we cross-check it against international definition and also against the social protection policy and implementation plan. And we have marked each of them. So eventually, in the 2024 budget, the Minister of Finance can just call his budget people to say, I want to know social protection expenditure for the past month, and they'll pull the report, because now all the budget lines have been marked. So with that, we see a very big thank you to the Social Protection Financing Subcommittee, all the planners in the different ministries and departments and agencies, and special thanks to the Accountant General's Department, who are working at the back end of the budget, which is the IFMIS platform, to do all the coding and mark all the social protection lines. Now, our good friends, the development partners, like to say, I want to give you 100 million, but I want 30 million of that to be on social protection. Before today, this was not possible, because you will spend the rest of the day arguing as to which line is social protection or not. With the validation of this report, there will be a permanent report in the IFMIS system called the Social Protection Report. Those who are au fait with the IFMIS knows that they know that there used to be a report called the Poverty Report. Of course, at least I know it before, because the IMF used to say, we want 3% of your expenditure to be poverty expenditure. So we used to pull out the poverty report and check whether we are in line with our commitments or not. So hopefully, we want to start pulling this report and say 3% of expenditure on social protection. We want to make it 4% next year. And now it's easy if the Minister of Finance wants to make it 4 or 5%, because he already knows the different budget lines. So he just pumps money into these budget lines. Makes life a little bit easier for all of us. But until now, when we have to report to the ILO on social protection financing each year, we tend to give different values, because everyone seems to define it in your own way. So essentially, this exercise gives us a unified description of social protection expenditure, which can be used by any government officers, and the numbers will now not contradict each other. So we are currently even working with the International Labour Organization, the ILO, on submitting our social protection expenditures in the country. So this tool will actually help us a lot, and we are encouraging all government planners to continue to use this tool. And as I said at the start of that exercise, it is a dynamic process, because definitions keep changing. So once definitions keep changing, we converge again, not one individual unit, and we adjust the framework to reflect the changing times. Implementation area 5, please. Okay, so implementation area ends at 4. Now the challenges: limited funding to social protection schemes and services. You know, myself and the Minister of Finance had I would not call it a little argument, but let me say intellectual discourse on whether fuel subsidy is social protection or not. And if you take note, in his speech, he says, although it's a generalized subsidy for everyone else, it goes a long way to helping the poor. Now, why? Because we have not agreed as a country exactly all these budget lines. That's the prior activity that we did. So today, if we have done that, it would have been quite easy to say these are the social protection budget lines. But this challenge, in a way, is 90% resolved. So if the Accountant General map out and put this report in the IFMIS system, government should be clear if they want to finance social protection. And I keep saying, although we are doing well, both the partners and the government, but social protection financing needs to be increased. And I also like to say something I told the Minister of Finance in New York as part of discussions on the sidelines with the President of Kenya on social protection and what their government is doing on social protection by mainstreaming it in the budget. I said, Minister, I am an economist by training, and I always like to consider myself to be an economist, not a social protection professional. But if you follow macroeconomic stability, it's just like what every other minister does. Macroeconomic stability, revenue mobilization, my good friends from GRA. But if you invest in social protection, you are changing lives forever. And it is a legacy that you'll be proud of tomorrow. Because people who should have been worrying about what to eat are not worrying anymore about what to eat. They are using that small money and then sending their children to school because there is enough school feeding. They know that their children can stay in a comfortable environment. When you looked at government today, or possibly in this room, how many of us are from very privileged families? Very few. What changed a lot of us, our lives and our ways, is because there is investment in our human capital. And I always tell my staff and other people, focus on what you learn, because I cannot take that from you. But if I send you to Basse, I can always bring you back. But what you learn, you cannot. So social protection is encouraging the government and partners to invest in human capital. If you are trained, nobody can take that away from you. You can lose your job in any office, but the skill, you go with it. And also, allow me to be a bit personal with this. When I joined the Ministry of Finance in 2014, there is a famous program, that famous YFM program. Everybody knows YFM programs. So you go to YFM programs in Abuja, in Freetown, different part of West Africa. You get a very good chunk of travel grant or per diem. It's very nice. You come, your pocket is full. $2,000, $2,500. So I was enrolling in the IMF Institute in Mauritius. I went there 7 times. In fact, they used to tease me, Mr. Mauritius. But in Mauritius, they pay you only £500, and people say, "Oh, Diva, you don't know what you are doing." Then I went to the IMF Institute in Washington 2 or 3 times. So I used to tell one of my juniors, if you are supposed to do something, know how to do it. Even if the system is not allowing you to do it, one day you will use it. And one of those, junior people who worked under me, and let me just quote his name, Lamin Traore. Today, he told me, boss, I followed your direction. Today, he's at the UNDP Finance Department in New York. And like I said, 1 year ago, I left government to pursue a consultancy. And when I applied for the job, they called me and said, "No, we are looking for a real economist." I said, "Oh, you think I'm not a real economist?" He said, "Well, okay, we saw that you did a lot of in-house training." I said, "No, what you are asking for, I know how to do it because I learned it." So all those evidence of my IMF programs were there. So at the time, it couldn't give me $2,000 at that moment, but now it gave me a 1-year consultant, international consultant. My good friend, Mr. Loom, is a consultant locally. He knows how much he earns. So if you go abroad, at least you can have an idea. It will be better than that. So social protection is encouraging people to invest in people. So adding more money in social protection financing is changing lives. Because when you train people, you cannot take out these skills. Even if the government cannot give them job, they can apply themselves and go somewhere. So social protection financing remains a challenge. And I told the minister many times that you have a chance to change the game. And that's why yesterday he came from Dakar very late, around 11. When I spoke to him, it was 11 a.m. He said, "No, we are committed. We'll be there and we'll give you." So the government is committed to increasing the financing on social protection. And with the generous support and direction from the European Union, we are piloting the expansion next year. So this challenge, we hope it will not be mentioned the next time we meet here. Now, limited coverage, of course, is a byproduct of the financing. If I have $10, obviously I cannot cover 5 people. The absence of legislation on social assistance. Now, the Social Protection Secretariat, the way it is, works under the Office of the Vice President. Now, social protection covers social security, health insurance, and social assistance. Now, if you look at social security, there is a legislation on social security. There is now a legislation on the health insurance. But there is no legislation direct, and that's why if you listen to the Vice President's statement, he says, we are going to have a direct legislation on the social assistance. Now, the Constitution points to it. other laws, the Women Act, they point to social protection. But the direct legislation on social assistance is not there, and that's what the social protection bill is addressing. Equally, there is no law on social security for the informal sector. All of us contribute to social security because we are working in formal structures. So the informal sector, you can see somebody, a carpenter in your area. He's very rich when he's young, but when he's old, he cannot be a carpenter anymore. He's very poor. He could have been saving, just like me and you who are working and earning less than him, are saving and they have a social security when they leave. So the informal sector is completely absent. There is no legislation on them. Now, what is the government doing in this area? Okay, maybe it will come in the progress, but let me say that the Ministry of Trade, with support from the ILO, commissioned a study. They call it Access to Barriers for Social Security in the Informal Sector. That is feeding into a multi-sectoral committee of the Social Protection Steering Committee, Secretariat, the Social Security and Finance Corporation, and the Ministry of Trade to come up with a legislation on this. Now, there were two options at the time: to include it in the Social Protection Bill, or to amend the Social Security Act to include Social Security for the informal sector. It was agreed that it is better to have a direct legislation on it. So that is why it is not in the Social Protection Bill. Now, in order to be comprehensive, if you have a Social Protection Bill or Act, is to talk about all these three components: social assistance, social security, and health insurance. Now, what we did in the bill is to mention that social security matters will be handled in the relevant social security law. Now, there is already a social security law. So if you try to bring a complete legislation in a new law, you are going to create confusion. So the Act references it. It also references the National Health Insurance Authority, so that you don't create confusion by either trying to describe something different. So the relevant social protection laws, social security laws there, requires the enactment of a law on informal sector. There are people, carpenters and others, who are earning a lot, but they are not saving. What becomes of them when they are old? It is something that we need to address in the next 2 to 3 years. But like I said, we are working with the Social Security and the Ministry of Trade. They have the employment mandate on how to resolve this. Next slide, please. Oh, it's finished. Thank you. So I think it was good I was reporting progress along the line. All right, questions are welcome, and then we will be happy to clarify. Also, let me do a disclaimer. I'm not running away from responsibility, but any members of the social assistance sector can answer the questions. So we are just coordinating. The implementing partners are all over the place. So if I cannot answer any question, I'll be happy to call Mala, I'll be happy to call Jankoba and others to step in. And of course, the Office of the Vice President always here to give us the shelter we need.
Possible, why not domesticate it along the line? Thank you. That's my comment.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Hamad Ba from the National Aid Secretariat. I have a question and a concern. The question is, where in this document or in other documents for the social protection is people living with HIV covered? Yes, that's the question. Then the other concern is the social registry. Information is personal. We need protection when we give our information. Somebody came to my house, interviewed me, took a lot of information. How protected is that information? All right, thank you.
Why are the women not asking questions? Do we have a woman that wants to ask a question? Yes, we have one. So we'll just take that one and that's it, because we'll take you and her, because it's almost
okay.
It's 13:47. So yeah.
Thank you. Mine is actually very short. It's in relation to what Malang said. I just wanted to remind you, if possible, when you setting up these committees, the people we are targeting, let's not leave them behind. Let's make sure that gender is represented.
For continuing coordination beyond this 3 days conference, together with development partners and also on the government side. I think it is very important to have tools like the registry, but also it is also our work from my side as representative from a development partner. Many of the UN programs that are mentioned, it is the EU funding them. So yeah, a call for coordination, partnership and dialogue, and yeah, that will be for the betterment of access and to social protection in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you can answer.
Okay, I think I can attempt to clarify all of them in the interest of time. So the first one from the Deputy Executive Director of NANA. So actually, just like the way he described, the policy did not create a parallel structure. The policy said that out of the TAC members, the governor will pick few of them, and they will be the social protection subcommittee. So it is not a parallel structure. But unfortunately, it has to be implemented the way the policy stated. So the policy said the governor is the chair, and out of the TAC, he will pick few of them relevant to social protection, and they'll be monitoring the social protection interventions. Now, how the governor operationalize it on a day-to-day basis is entirely his discretion at the region. But no, a parallel structure will not be established. A parallel structure to the TAC will not be established. The policy said the governor will pick out of the TAC few MDAs in social protection interventions and form the subcommittee. So that is the only way it can be implemented, because that's what is in the policy. So on the AU, the Charter on Social Protection, of course we are aware of this, even at the level of the region, as the Vice President stated, in 28th to the 24th. We will host the ECOWAS experts meeting on social protection, experts and ministerial meeting on social protection from the 20th to the 21st to the 24th. And in the convention, which we are reviewing, it stated that it is getting its direction from the AU Charter on social protection. So I think I also agree with you that the government should be encouraged to sign the AU one, but I must say it's a very recent one. So it's good we talk about it at the regional level first. We have an ECOWAS framework. So that way what we do at the national level is in line, basically it trickles down from the AU to ECOWAS and then to the national level. So it is noted, of course, and the Office of the Vice President, which is now the Ministerial Office for Social Protection, are ably represented and taking note. Now on people living with HIV, this is already classified in the policy as priority group. Now the implementing partner, so let's say any activities you do towards people living with HIV is classified under social protection, because the policy is very clear, it clearly mentions them. Of course you can know the background, the time it was formulated, and of course the consultancy background, it came out clear that people living in HIV are priority areas for the group. Just like older persons, the lady asked about, for senior citizens, older persons is also classified as a priority area. And I think, Jankoba, I can speak for you on this. The family strengthening program, the expansion next year, is going to target, like we say, it's going to be a pilot. There will be a particular group for older persons and pilot and see how it works, because it's clearly defined as a priority group in the policy. Now, on the Gambia social registry, I may not want to go too much in detail because there's a whole session on that, and I encourage you, please. I encourage you to attend the Gambia Social Registry. Whatever I say here will be substandard to what will be discussed in that workshop. But just to allay your fears, we don't currently have a law on data protection in the country. There is no law, there is a policy. So what we did is to develop, in consultation with the partners, a data sharing protocol, which based on advice from the Minister of Justice, can be enforced in a court of law. So anytime people request for data from us, they have to sign the data sharing protocol, which binds them to the confidentiality of the data that we are giving them. So far to date, we have 7 to 8 programs that use the social registry, but we've not had any issue on data security yet. But it is important. There is already if I can call it, go around legal instrument, because ideally this should be done by the data protection law, but it's not there. So we have this mini data sharing protocol that before we issue the data to you, you have to sign and abide by the terms and conditions. And it also states that you have to give us a feedback on the people you help. I can come and say, oh, I want to help people in Farafenni. You give me the data, I don't help anyone. So you have to come back and say, these are the people that I help, and this is the way it was done. So there is a data sharing protocol that guides against the privacy issues. Now, minimum wage. Okay, this one, I have to remove my professional bias. As I always say, I'm an economist. So minimum wage is a very contentious issue. And in the economics literature, it's not resolved. If you want, you can Google it. There are people who say that minimum wage is disadvantage to low-skilled workers, because then you are telling people you cannot employ people less than 5,000. So those who could have been earned 4,500 will be dropped. So there is also a literature that says it helps in improve employment. Now, what we did in the Social Protection Bill is to say it's an employment matter. So we left it entirely to the Labour Act. So the Labour Act, after all this deliberation, and as I said, all these counter arguments, decided to be silent about minimum wage, because definitely minimum wage is not settled in terms of whether it's good for creating employment or not. It's quite a little bit risky. But we said that minimum wage should be addressed in the right legislation, which is the labor law. If the labor law says that minimum wage should be introduced, the social protection policy is in line. It says that the labor laws of the Gambia will dictate that. So we leave the expertise to them, because we don't have the expertise. So if they come, they are the employment experts, and say minimum wage is 5,000, we don't even have to amend the act. It is mentioned there such that it is dynamic to the changes in terms of the labor whatever. So that is the situation as it is. If the labor employment or labor act has it, then it is fine. So the next one, the senior citizens, I think I addressed that. So Jankoba and his family strengthening program will address that. So I think that's the clarification so far from the. So I missed that one. It says what again? Oh, so like I said, in the subcommittee, it is the subcommittee and its composition is defined in the policy. So it will be difficult if it is not mentioned in the policy for them to be included. However, in the operationalization, it is at the discretion of the governors and how to engage them. So that will be at the discretion of the governors. But the subcommittee is defined as the governor being the chair and a select members of the CAP. So how the governor and the select committee set up structures to make sure that the vulnerable groups and their voices are properly heard through subcommittees and other committees is entirely their discretion. There is not even a guidance from this secretariat, so they will use their experience of dealing with the grassroots to come up with a solution to that. I hope, Governor, I represented you guys well in that.
Indicated in the Labour Act, but it's not clearly indicated that minimum wage is this and this is how it should be determined. The minimum wage is the institution that should determine minimum wage, and that's JIC, Joint Industrial Council Agreement. This council should sit and determine the minimum wage. Labour would participate or government would participate. It's tripartite, because all the tripartite constituencies should participate. But the government participation is like we are there as observers and advisors. But it's the employer and employee that will bargain and agree. Once they agreed, send it to the minister. If minister is satisfied, then we'll gazette it. But if it's not gazetted, minister have rights has right to send it back to Commissioner of Labor and engage GIC again to revisit their agreement. But if they agreed on the same agreement and send it to the minister, through the commissioner, then the minister should gazette it. But this is what we don't have yet, because the GIC, since they met, they were not able to agree. And if they cannot agree, we cannot determine the minimum wages as a department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diba. I think your rapporteur wants to call your mind.
Yeah, can we do this in an orderly manner, please? Yes, sorry about that.
All right,
so we can do this accordingly.
Very quickly, just to comment Diba on a very excellent presentation. I love to listen to him. He always lectures, and it's good. All right, very quickly, Diba, any structure that is established is not done in emptiness. So whether the governor was given the prerogative to set up the subcommittee as the chairperson, and then you have the TAC members, remember that you have an M&E framework, and the way you're talking about it is very robust. You said you have a compendium of indicators. So definitely one of them is governance. And at that level, these are governance structures. So whatever the governor is going to do, definitely there will be a mechanism to monitor it, to report on it, because it's very important. So whatever they are doing, I think they would have the record of the minutes of their meetings, who were represented, who were the people who were chosen. So I think that should be reflected in what the DED said for Nana. It's very important that whatever is done is not done in emptiness. It will not be politicized, but it will be done in such a way that it will be very scientific, and whatever decisions are going to be made will be very clear. So remember that your M&E framework will do that work for you. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly, somebody over there wanted to say something. We can just capture it. If not, we can move on. You wanted to say something. No, but we couldn't hear you because... Yeah, thank you so much. That is why we're here for 3 days, right? To agree to disagree and come up with recommendations. That is why we're here. So thank you so much, Mr. Diba, for the presentation. Or before you leave, do you want to say something?
No, definitely on the minimum wage, I want to say something.
Okay.
Yes, so as I said, we made the provisions in the social protection bill there to be time consistent. And when you say time consistent, it doesn't matter how you guys define it, how you change it, the clause in the bill will be relevant. It references your law, because you have the competence there. So that we don't try to muddy the waters by defining the minimum. It is, if you look at the social protection implementation policy, minimum wage is specifically mentioned. But what we do now is to say, let's leave it to labor. It is an employment matter. So the clause there is very, very consistent. Whatever it says based on the relevant laws. Whatever the minister decides, if it changes today, tomorrow, no need to change the act. So it is recognized as something that should be worked on, but it is left to the right authority with the competence to address it. Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause for Mr. Diba for that presentation. So we're just going to have a break now to have lunch and prayer at the same time. But the moment we come back, we are not done yet. We have another presentation on what investment case is there for social protection, why and how to finance it. And this presentation will be done by Mr. Alaji Fadera, who is the Director of Development Finance, Central Bank of the Gambia. So immediately after prayers and lunch, we can just converge back here for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Hunting ranges, as much as 2,000 square kilometers. Relying on teamwork and stamina rather than speed, they run their prey to exhaustion in the world. mature elephant bull heat of the day to pass, gathering their energy for the afternoon's attempt. Has a coat with a different striped pattern for all their needs. This breeding herd is led by a single stallion. 12 kilometers. But they're here found in the Okavango's earth. Seek. In the dry season, their diet lacks. They supplement by eating mineral oil deposits. The sands of the Delta's islands provide excellent salt licks. The minerals of the Okavango present themselves in other, more bizarre, concentrated solid crystals. This precipitation, which become alien visions of snow, the sun. 80% of the total bulk.
Related matters to make your testimony.
Preferably in Mandinka language, because that's the most of the language the public will hear. I'm elected by the people of Bayakunda Ward, and majority of them don't hear English.
There is no debate here, please. It's
yes, I know. I'm not debating. I want to put it.
Listen to me, please. You don't have to debate with me. I'm here to swear you. If you listen to me, no, if you want to do it in Mandinka, it's fine. If you want to do it in English, it's fine. You just want to tell me in which language you want to do your testimony.
I said Mandinka. You
okay, that's why. Fine. That's fine. Madam, do you wish to swear by the Holy Quran or make an affirmation?
I'll make an affirmation.
Make an affirmation.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, the witness wishes to make an affirmation. Okay. Raise your hand in the air then. You raise your hand in the air and repeat after me.
Okay.
I, Omar Gari,
affirm that
the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, you may kindly sit down. After me, then when I read the affirmation in English, you translate it into Mandinka. Okay, I do solemnly declare and affirm that.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Can the interpreter interpret?
Yes. Okay. So give the mic.
Mina men kala jang wala be men fola jang abebe kala toñati toña dron min alate ala ko tulbulo be nyade.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm here. I'm fine.
Please.
Gary.
Yes.
Are my names.
And your address, your occupation?
Ako muna metela dogori.
Former councillor Barca Mandela.
I am unemployed.
Of which ward?
Ako ni ko ite former councillor the ward jumalem.
Bajakunda
ward.
Bajakunda of which area can? No, if you speak in Mandinka, then you'll have to wait for the translation.
Ako bayri ko ite be Mandinka kangola fola sai hanna taybe men fole tulo bare be de la fonde nga fo ni Mandinka kangola yen jabi.
Basti.
Very well. Hello.
Kabo May 2018 kata May 2023.
From May to ako sign bela free men na pour yaita ni nye mune mila londo ti ite la londo tunku ngom muneti.
Senior secondary certificate.
Senior secondary certificate.
Which year?
Ako kabo sanyuala
2014.
2014. Ako wato men na ite be council ala basi. Ako jumala mila nyato.
How many CEOs did you work with?
Ako sign
your time as a councillor?
Ite kabiri kata councillor di CEO jelle meni meni do ko kenum
fula. 2. Please give us the names.
Akolem Jumani Jumati told the
Mama Lamin Jaite,
Mohammed Lamin Jaite,
and Usman to
get a CEO.
Nimanyina 2019.
If I don't forget 2019.
How about the finance directors? How
told you?
Babukar M. Kante.
Babukar M. Kante.
And Lamin Suso.
And Lamin Suso.
And who was the chairman at the time?
Ako Jumala mu chairman of the Watola.
Fode Danjo.
Fode Danjo.
Now you gave a statement to the commission, the investigators.
According to Molia and Oliver, which is role, I found a calmol delay, Meloni, and a for coming for statement. Yes,
exhibit some documents.
Akofanang Amuntako, Elao, Calmolo, me and Goya Safel statement to Yakai Dolfanang Tafabala. Yes.
If I show you the statement and the attachments, will you be able to recognize them? Please have a look at the.
Yes.
Can I have them, please? Honorable Commissioner, the statement of exhibits you, the documents you have. And then you'll have to speak louder, please.
If I don't forget, there are 5.
Show him the exhibits. The documents that have been attacked. Let him identify the documents.
Let him count them one after the other.
The first
na force audit report audit.
The second exhibit is our audit report, the first audit report.
The first audit report. Okay, but it has no date. Is that correct?
No.
Ako date balal farmers ato?
Date balal.
Yes, there is.
The date seems to be on the second page.
Ha.
Very well.
Well, okay, and then the third.
Ako Sabanyangadu.
Sabanyango, womu voucher leti kabo director.
The third is a voucher from the director.
Please proceed.
Nani njao womu base area council committee audit committee findings leti.
The fourth one is the Basse Area Council audit findings.
Woman date sort of.
Undated. Talk at the phone, people hear you.
So you will also have to use the microphone if you want to address the witness, so that we will all
very well, very well.
Okay, Lulu Nyango will repeat tale. Akamunda wo fulale beja.
The fifth one, I think, is a double tax report, Basse Area Council, tax force.
Proceed.
Obtained from the audit.
Resignation letter.
Resignation.
Letter.
Resignation letter.
Sainyao wole mu tax collection team. Ministry of Lands and Regional Government. A letter of Mensafe Director Susoe.
Ninth one is a letter written by the Minister of Lands and Regional Affairs, written to the Director of Finance, Lamin Suso.
Tanning Gilinyang Olemu Basse Area Council Development Committee ila report the monitoring and evaluation.
Is that all?
Hari.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioners, we apply to tender the statement as identified by the witness and the attachments as mentioned by him therein in evidence as an exhibit. Please hand over the documents to the commissioners.
The witness statement of Sehu Omar Gari, dated the 25th of October 2023, and 7 exhibits attached to the said witness, which are: 1. The General Council meeting dated the 17th of June 2021. A letter addressed to the Audit and Accounts Committee, addressed to the Director of Finance, dated the 21st of October 2021. Basel Area Council Audit and Account Committee report on facts, findings. The said report is not dated. The report of Task Force on Financial Management of Council 2022, dated 31st of October 2022. A resignation from Audit and Audit Accounts Committee, addressed to the Chairman, Basel Area Council, written by Omar Gari, dated the 1st of October 2021. License test collection teams period from 19th of April to 19th of May 2021. Letter dated the 17th of November 2022. Addressed to the Director of Finance, Mr. Lamin Suso, with the heading allegation of professional misconduct. The said letter is signed by Lamin Suso himself and is copied to the Chairman, Basel Area Council, CEO, Chairman Establishment Committee, Basel Area Council, Chairman Accounts and Audit Committee, Basel Area Council. And the final one, Monitoring and Evaluation Report 2019-2020 by the Basel Area Council Development Subcommittee, dated 28th of March 2021, are all admitted in the bundle and marked as LGC/SOG/BSAC/001.
As the Commission places.
Yes, you can.
Yes. Now, as councillor between the year 2018 to 2023, did you serve in any committee at the time?
Ko bayri fa ya fa ne ko ikata council di ka bo 2018 kana 2020 ri ako foka be o council yala inene benum committee had clean na ba ko committee wala men biye. Yes.
In what committees did you
ako committee jumalem
serve as a member?
Ikata no dinka 40 min tole committee jumalem.
Development Committee.
Development Committee.
Go ahead.
Education Committee.
Education Committee.
Yes.
Child Friendly.
Child Friendly.
Audit and Account.
Audit and Account.
Tax Force.
Tax Force.
But then it appears as if most of these committees that you have mentioned were not really functional between 2018 to 2023.
Ako bami ajube ko akamuta ko nyin kafol wala committee wala ifango men foko ida biyela iketa kafol tibi alon ko ila tamo wala ila dogo amanna ke dogo lorinti wala amanna baraka bake ko anyata kala jame ka bo 2018 kana 2023
dolu,
some of them.
And for example, the development committee was not functional.
According to the development committee, I committee to me along go amantra function kanu.
Honey.
No.
What do you mean by no?
It was the very committee that functioned more than all the committees I mentioned.
The audit report has stated that clearly the development committee was not functional.
Akobani ajuwe auditolu wala reporto ebe itaniya wala mu development committee akata committee dimi alongo mantara tama kan hando mandi.
Will that be wrong?
Ako fo ilafta fala audit la kumakango mantonya ya.
Audit la kumakango tonya le.
Yes, that is right. They are right. The audit is right.
Bari dalilo leo saw.
But there are reasons to that.
Please go ahead.
Na committee nga file ninga meeting soro nga file ngana report all file.
Whenever we have a meeting, we do file and we file our report.
Bari nga management le sodo me alon ka fo ikamol file all tampale.
But we have a management that used to tamper with our files.
So bring 2019 report on nata.
When the 2019 report came, and when it was read or it was read to us or it was informed to us, we are all surprised.
So
that is how we stopped filing meetings to the council.
Because new report organized staff do madoro akada siola ofisoto I file in Tampa.
Whenever we give a report indicating a staff, we used to go to the CEO and that file must be tampered.
How many of you were in the development committee in 2019?
Ako development committee 2019 almo jelle
Monani.
4 of us.
And how many meetings? What is the frequency of your meetings?
Ako alla mitino alka ke nyaadile wala alka kallo ka nyaadile.
Wati dolu kariyo kari, wati dolu kotali, wati dolu nga kari fulo be kelebe lungolu me programme ko me activity ke kam.
Sometimes every month, sometimes quarterly, but sometimes every 2 months, every day we are on our own meeting, do our programs.
And who takes minutes of these meetings?
Ako sign albe meeting ola jumale ka minute olta.
Na secretary.
Our secretary.
Who's the secretary?
Ako walam jumati.
Ibrahima Danso.
Ibrahima Danso.
And where are the minutes of these meetings?
Ako walu minute olle.
Ibrahima Danso.
He's with the Ibrahima Danso.
Was he not available when the auditor was conducting the audit?
Ako fo kabri auditor tara je be la audit yala fo to mate mamma be ba.
Hani auditor tari ko la lemu ye na chairman o chairperson o call.
After when the audit already left, that was the time they called our chairman.
Copy mail bentel bul na de CEO la ko keke file ko.
But the copy that we have, we gave it to the
CEO
for them to put it in the file.
O kola farambe mail beje mail nyanda file ol marla file ol be jahasi.
But apart from that, those who are there who are responsible for the files, they have mixed all the files.
Ikata file to ye establishment committee la mini soje be ye development committee la mini soje file doto.
But when they go to the file of the establishment, they go to find the minutes of the development committee in another file.
So akamunta dorona record keeping in mambetea.
That's how it indicates that their record keeping is very poor, not good.
Why will the management tamper with the minutes?
Accommodate na management of the ministerial tampala.
Report o kamodol male.
Because the report do touch some people, some of them.
So you have reports?
Ako for report all people level.
Ajama.
Plenty of them.
Do you have the copies of those reports?
Ako for report all la copy all people level.
Development committee.
Development committee. Yes.
Where are they?
Ako ile. I have it with me there.
Can I see the?
Ako for more reports. More side report all level. It's a report all general level. I got some of them.
Yes, can I say the ones you have, and then the rest you can look for? Are these one-page reports or these ones I have? Are they the same?
Yes.
There's one dated the 13th of May 2022. The Basel Area Council Development Subcommittee Community Needs Assessment Report. Is that correct?
Basel Area Council Community Need Report. Yes.
You have one for the Subcommittee Monitoring and Evaluation 2019-2020.
Subcommittee for Monitoring and Evaluation. Yes.
There is one for monitoring report of Council's ongoing project from 16 to 28 June 2022.
Akodobi ye womu council la ongoing project on letimi ala ko ila dogo le menketa. Very well.
You have one for the assessment report on Basse Area Council and Basse Town 2018.
Akodobi ye assessment report Basse Area Council and assessment town or town assessment.
And there is one, the development subcommittee report on Sefula and Barinabe. Is that correct?
Report. Yes.
And the last one is just the report on the development subcommittee.
Report on the development subcommittee. Yes.
Signed by Yuba Jawara, Omar Gari, Ibrahim Danso, the secretary, and Ibrahim Mane.
Very well.
All right. We applied to tender 6 reports as produced by the witness. The first is Basse Area Council Development Subcommittee report. It has no date. The second is Basse Area Council Development Subcommittee Community Needs Assessment Report. 13 May 2022 is the date. The third is Basse Area Council Development Subcommittee Monitoring and Evaluation Report 2019 to 2020. The fourth, the Development Subcommittee 2 days monitoring report of Council's ongoing project 16 to 28 of June 2022. You have the Subcommittee Development Assessment Report on Basse Area Council and Basse Town in 2018. No date. And the last one is the Development Subcommittee report on Sefolo and Bari Nabe. It is not dated as well. All into evidence as an exhibit.
the Basse Area Council Development Committee Assessment Report on Basse Area Council and Basse Town. The Development Subcommittee report on Sifula and Barinabe report. This one is cancelled. This does it have an initial page? Please check. Give him.
Is that the complete report for this particular report, or is there any missing page?
Of
course, do bota jele.
Yes. There's a paper missing.
There's a paper missing.
Introduction.
That is the introduction paper.
Yes. Can you avail us the full copy by tomorrow?
Ako fasama isi mo lumako full copy. Alak full copy wala.
Inshallah.
Very well.
Yes. So then, Madam Chairperson, will apply that the documents that are intact be admitted in evidence.
The witness provided 5 reports, and they are as follows. The Development Committee Assessment Report on Basse Area Council and Basse Town of 2018. The Basse Area Council Development Subcommittee Community Needs Assessment Report dated 13th of May 2022. The Basse Area Council Development Subcommittee 2 days monitoring report of Council's ongoing projects from the 16th to the 28th of June 2022. And the final one, Development Subcommittee report on Sifula and Barinabe. All these reports are admitted together in a bundle and marked as admitted in evidence and marked as LGC/SOG/BSAC/002.
Ask the corporation, please. Yes, so you were explaining that because of the fact that the reports sometimes implicate the management, so they always tamper with the reports.
Ako fangola kalmol le nyindi ko bayri kamen fo jawole mo report dol bije wol ka wol fango ela management mo dol majele ako ni wo ko sifa kata ka o kayto nyingi ga tinyale wala ka tampale hade. Yes.
So who are you referring to when you said management?
Ako ni ko management be juma nyolle ma
CEO ni director,
CEO and the director
kadu itelle nyin kayto itelle se nyili sotono anila staff so.
Because they are the only people who have access to these papers and their staffs.
How many people constitute the management team in Basse Area Council?
Ako mojale kafutanyola pour management o menkata management of the Basse Area Council.
Mo saba nte wollo.
All I know is 3 people.
Please name them.
Ako wala bijuanyol.
CEO Usman Toure.
CEO Usman Toure.
Director of Finance Lamin Suso.
Director of Finance Lamin Suso.
Chairman for the Danjo.
And Chairman for the Danjo.
So why did you just name the CEO and Director of Finance Lamin Suso?
Ako munat na ye CEO commandi ani Lamin Suso, Director of Finance.
File of the Marley Telebul.
These files they are responsible of these files.
So who is responsible for the files? How is the Director of Finance responsible for the files?
Ako Director of Finance wo ay nyanto soto nyadi le puruka file will respond. Wala ke mara.
Nga copy le.
We used to copy him.
Nga CEO copy.
We copy CEO.
CEO la secretary la office oto.
And CEO la secretary's office.
Me yalon ka fo staff ole ma be nyille koto ka file be marli ole bul.
And he is a staff under these people who is responsible for all these files.
Do you not copy the chairman?
Ako chairman albuka copy.
No.
No.
And why is that?
Ako munatina.
Ninna da general ninga na report na the general council nga report kala jele.
Whenever we bring the report to the General Council, that is where we distribute our own reports.
How many incidents of tampering of minutes and reports do you know of individually?
Ako bayri famo ya fole ko ikatinya file ol tinya wala report ol tinya ako fo se hakilo blande ba isa haymano sinya jalle be okay ka
sinya follow de ngalo nen na file ko no development committee e kayto be le bondije.
The first time I remember, or we all know that the first file, all the papers were removed from there. That is the development committee.
Wale munyi monitoring evaluation report oti member da ward all beto.
That is the monitoring and evaluation from all the wards.
Anin sifula suna ni barinabe.
Anin sifula fula and barinabe.
Anin na first report.
Are you speaking Mandinka? It appears as if how do you speak in Mandinka?
I say and from for
anin sifula suna barinabe.
Sifula anin barnabe. And barnabe.
Anin na first report o me alon ka for 2018 ngawle ke base area council anin base.
Can we get the interpretation right? You are to speak in Wolof, in English language, and in Mandinka as well. So if you are addressing the commission, it has to be in English.
In English as well.
So what I hear is double Mandinka.
Very well.
Yes.
Follow wale mu na report o member the ward also.
The first one was the report from the wards.
Wale mu COA na flomen dispose ward okono.
That is the monies CO disposed to the wards.
Ayadi council.
And it was given to the councillors.
For a project will implement.
So that the councillors will implement the projects.
First report 2018.
The second one is our first report 2018.
Memu base anin base kono. Council found in base kono.
And base and inside base.
Anin sifula suna barinabe counterpart contribution of gamwo.
And si
fulasuna.
Fulasuna.
Si fulasuna.
Si fulasuna.
Anin barinabe.
And barinabe.
Now, do you have examples of reports that you have issued out or you have written, I mean the development committee, that you have implicated either like anyone or the members of the management team that will give you the cause to say that they will always tamper with these reports whenever they are mentioned?
Ako fo ya example soto le bang mi alon ko bayta ni la ko ifango e tumiro men la jang ko report la element di management la ya tinyale.
Hade.
Yes. Give us an example.
Ako sanyi si misal fe ya fo moli wala ya tan moli akatanya.
Development officer member num Basse area council.
The development officer who was at the Basse area council.
Yes.
Memu Gorgi Kande. Gorgi Kande ning hakilo samutano.
If I could remember fully.
Nga first report nga telema bake Basse la tinya aning council chambers la tinya aning council for environment la tinya aning ala incompetence ala do kokon.
He was very much in touch with the report due to the fact that all the mismanagement he did and the council did in Basse itself.
Manke mismanagement no fenkote da koroti furuje keleyade puru Basse la senea Basse kono la senea.
What I mean here, the cleanliness or the genuine of Basse, hygienic.
Anin Basse fon kono.
And Basse itself.
Anin council fon kono.
And inside the council.
Sombe olema.
That is what I mean, the hygienic, the cleanliness.
Any other?
Any
example?
An example, Juma.
Contract all the gum works la nyame.
And the contract, how the contract was given to Gumworks?
Contract agreement also.
The contract agreements.
And
if you go to the
Did
site.
you say how the contracts were given to Gumworks?
Ako nga ba kami for wala contract ko di Gumworks la nyame.
From Gumworks contract ko di contractor la nyame.
Now I want to make it clear how Gamox gave contract to the contractors.
And if
you go to the side, what you observe on the shade side, they are very different sometimes.
Now, let's go back to the investigation you've done with respect to the data of finance and the allegations therein.
Director of Finance,
you said in your second paragraph with respect to your statement that in 2020 the General Council requested the Council's 2019 financial statement. And you found series of audit queries relating to the financial mismanagement.
And
as a result, I moved a motion in Council for an audit committee to be constituted to investigate the audit queries. And so it was, and the members were Honorable Sekou Omar Gari, Sana Drame, Mariama Trawale, and Babukar Saho. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you please give us a background of why there was a need for this investigation, this financial investigation?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Follow audit report on Yinketa Nyamen.
First of all, how the audit report was?
This
was a report 2019. There we realized that there must be a problem therein.
So committee law 2021 last start council.
It did arise for us to form a committee to investigate, to know what is running or what is going in the council.
Because in 2019 ka 2021.
Because when a report of financial statement from 2019 is coming on the year, that will make me, the reason there will be that the next financial statement of 2021, that will find us what had happened at our time.
So
this is why we try to form this committee.
In essence, you are saying, or in summary, that you must have access to this audit report about 2 years or so after it has been conducted.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. I think this is a very convenient point. I will hand over to the commissioners.
Yes, I believe it's a convenient point to stop. We have a little bit of housekeeping to do. So we'll reconvene tomorrow morning.
Very well.
We rise.